Bold of you to assume, Mr. Fish, that I can deny the actions of the manager. That's just how that shit rolls. Good job on being first there, Mizor. Very good. How is everyone doing this evening? Good to see everybody. Fish, for you, sir. See if they take away his ability to use emojis. We'll restrict the clown emoji only, and we will be good to go. Oh man, that's so funny. There we go. Alright, let me get everything cooking here. I just kind of walked in the door and set everything up. So I hope I'm in good shape everywhere else. I think I am. I don't know what it even looks like over on Twitch with this new description that we had. Let me check. 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 Do we even have a description on Twitch? I don't think we do. I think that's a YouTube only thing. Cool. I'm not going to worry about it then. Mr. Bob, Illy, what are you doing in the channel, sir? Let me get that all set up here. It's good to see you as well. Good, sir. Good, sir. Good, sir. I got a little bit distracted there. The YouTube vertical one is not set up for what we do there at all. I don't know how to post it, but I'm on a 9-stream streak. I think you just hit the share button when it pops up. I don't know what triggers that to happen though. It's one of their newer features. So we get all that. We'll get the game pulled up here and we can rock out tonight. Oh. Illy, are we going to see you back for the dungeons come next week or this week or something of that nature? Or are you big chillin', kind of doing your own vibe? Alright, Fish. Appreciate you, brother. Illy is confirmed to be back for the 6-mans. That's awesome. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I'm excited for that. I miss Illy. Hey, Santiago. I appreciate that, brother. How are you doing this evening? Merritt, how's it going? Good to see you guys over there on YouTube. How are you guys hanging out with? Fish is high and wrong. Oh, no. Merritt, appreciate the sub, man. Hey, see you, Tiger. How's it going? Good evening, sir. Good evening. I think we're gonna jump in and I wanted to take a look and see what the featured instance is today. I haven't taken a look at scene. Swap that over to here. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. I wanted to take a look and see what we got going on. Gabriel, I'm sorry. You're gonna be thoroughly disappointed about being an elf. We're kind of just hobbits over here. We kind of just play the short races for the most part. We drop that down a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, we hang out with the hobbit. Damn, it's okay. I appreciate it, man. I side with the truth, which never includes a fish. Ah, Nico, just throwing shade, huh? Everyone's hitting on fish all of a sudden. Damn. What is our featured instance? The Webs of Scuttledells? We can certainly do that. I like that one. Hello, Mr. Brother David. He is already here. I'm gonna get him hooked up here. We'll get a featured instance in here real quick. Let me see if anybody from the kin wants to jump in here. It was managing shit. personally like going for an archer L5. I do too, Gabriel, but the hobbits, for some reason, for me, are the most kind of comical when playing the game. So I kind of lean into the hobbits. All my characters are hobbits, whether river hobbit or just normal hobbit. So Mizor, everyone's getting their Milo's zoom in shot out of the way here real quick. Let me get that set up here for you. Again, vertical just looks kind of silly for me to do this, but cheers, sir. I think it's weird physics sometimes. It can be for sure, for sure. I do like, you know, they run a little bit strange, that's for sure. But overall, I do like kind of where they sit with their kind of animations. So I will say, in comparison to some of the taller races, some of the newer classes like Brawler or Mariner, hobbits tend to look a little bit more complete. I watched a little bit of gameplay of like elf or high elf kind of brawlers, and they seem not to know what to do with their battle gauntlets when they're running. So Fish, all right, brother, appreciate you being here tonight. Hope you have a good night's rest, man. Is there any that can do magic like Gandalf? The lore master is going to be the closest thing, Gabriel, to doing lore kind of wizard type of magic. You have like lightning storms and kind of fire abilities. It's a mix and match between some of the wizards in Middle Earth. So like they also have some pets that they pull out, kind of referencing Radagast and things. So certainly kind of the lore master is the way to go. And naturally my lore master is a hobbit as well. So we're killing it with that department. I'm sure people hate me for that. So circus of flying monkeys and we all just congregate around. So I mean, that's just generally the vibe over here, Fish. Felt like it would give you a break and not to do it mid-pull. I appreciate it, man. All right, let me grab, let me see if we have 2 of 3, if I need any. See how that goes. See if we can get somebody from Ken. If we don't get somebody from Ken, then we will grab somebody from LFF and rock out. Game plan tonight, guys, is just to kind of run some featured instances. We might jump in roving threat runs or something of that nature, but ultimately I'm just kind of getting in the vibe of tanking or healing on a couple of the classes that we have and kind of seeing how that works. So content farming, yeah, a little bit. Wonder if this guy wants to come. Let's just see. FI? I don't know why people just showed up and not at curfew of all places. Damn, slapped you. Crazy. Alright, we'll take it to LFF. We'll get somebody in here then. 2, 3, FI, need any. Rock out. Build, just like that. What do we got? We have 2 people. We have Berg from Voice of the Rings, looking pretty solid on the gear. And we have Hunter. I think we're going to go with Berg. I like the idea of having the Berg in the party. And also they messaged first, so makes sense. There we go. There we go.
The great spiders of Mirkwood have begun to stir again, and the elves of Thranduil, king of Mirkwood, seek to...
I should probably be in DPS line, but I am not really feeling it for this guy. I want to just grab everything, tank it, and call it a day. Also, next time you stream, can you do video format instead of shorts? I'm thinking about it, Gabriel. We certainly we have our horizontal kind of setup over on Twitch and our shorts format over on YouTube right now. So that's kind of the difference between the two. If we kind of, I'll look into getting it a little bit more horizontal on the YouTube side of things, but for now it's just been the shorts side of things on YouTube, just because that's what I have available and I have set up. So, what's up, Chad? How you doing? What's up, David? Not allowed to have Twitch. I gotcha. No worries. We'll certainly consider it and see how we can get that working for you then. David, how you been doing, man? Hopefully, oh wait, I think I missed the guy, didn't I? Did we get that guy? We did. That's what this guy is. At least I think that's what that guy was. I hope it was. It was. Good. What happened, Bizor? Why do you blame me? Oh, I moved before I could do it. What's your favorite movie character? That is a great question. I'm trying to think. What is a favorite movie character? In Lord of the Rings, for sure, that helps, and I think if it's just Lord of the Rings, I lean in the direction of Samwise Gamgee. He's kind of a badass hobbit. I don't think he gets enough screen time, personally, but I think that's kind of where I would land, is Mr. Samwise. You like Frodo? Gotcha. Yeah. I like Samwise quite a lot. He seems to be my go-to for most scenarios there. I'm playing Battlefront 2 again. Hey, Vizor. I was playing it a little bit earlier last year, actually, when it like kind of made a comeback real quick. I was playing it some, so it's certainly funny. Are you playing the classic, Mizor, or are you playing the newer one? Legolas is my all-time favorite? Gotcha. Which one? 2016 one? Gotcha, yeah. I did go back and finish the classic one recently, Mizor. Pretty sure I got all the achievements for it, even though it took forever. I think I'm pretty sure I sat down and just kind of grinded out the achievements for that. Dude, this route lasts forever, man. I know that I had gotten deep into the classic achievements and then had stopped because the last like couple, when it comes to like slicing into things or the rocket launcher ones, those achievements take a little bit of time. And recently, last year, I think I went back and wrapped all those up to make sure I was good to go. Gabriel, we are 28 And we've been playing this game for, I think, the better half of 15, 16 years. So we kind of hang out in the LOTRO space most of the time. It's primarily what we stream and what you might find on the channel here. But I do like to play lots of RPGs. That's why we play it a lot throughout kind of gaming. So certainly what we kind of focus on is LOTRO, but we do play a little bit of all the RPGs in general. So it's typically what you'll find on here, at least. I see it. Only 22 hours. Nice. Yeah. Play Minecraft. We did play a little bit of Minecraft back in the day. It was like 4 or 5 years ago that we had some videos. Well, a little bit longer than that, but we streamed Minecraft back in the day. And then we had an old paintball server that we had when I was in high school. A little bit, yeah, I know, Bizarre. It was a lot of it. I'm underselling that. We had an old paintball server back when I was in high school that did pretty well. So that's why some of those older videos that we have on the YouTube channel, those are what that's for. So paintball server did pretty well for a long time. But, you know, as you kind of go through stuff. Thanks all. As you kind of go through stuff, typically you get people kind of outgrow it, so should do it again, but make a hardcore world and play it and post every week. Definitely something I've been looking into, things like that. I would say that I've been kind of keeping my eye. I don't know if Gabriel, if you've looked into Hytale. I've been looking into Hytale as well now that it's been officially released. Trying to see if they're going to do game modes like that, make it hardcore and things like that. So it seems to be a more updated version than stuff. So I think more so considering, I would love LOTRO hardcore, that's for sure. Let's see if we get a piece. We do. Oh. What did we get? We got the shoulders. I'm not a fan of the shoulders, but I will keep them on my person because if we get multiple pieces of this, we get that set bonus. So we're gonna drag that, put it like down here for now, and rock out. Vision, if you got another one, I am down to run a different character through. I think that's what I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna rock out on all the featured instance right now. I think Hytale's a bad game mode because of graphics and all-around gameplay. I think it just needs to cook a little bit. So I bought the game so far, and I'm waiting for it to kind of take off a little bit further and see what they do with it. So Minecraft, I didn't get into Minecraft until many years after it had launched as well. So do an elf. I wish, man. I don't actually have an elf on the account. It is all hobbits. That's what we kind of do here. That's the theme. We kind of have nothing but hobbits. I might have a dwarf, but ultimately we just have hobbits, and we're kind of a hobbit only account almost. Yeah, it's just hobbits. I'm sorry, man. Nothing but hobbits over here. We're kind of psychotic like that. We'll pick up Mr. Vision one more time, and we'll grab another one. Looks like he swapped over to his bear. Make sure this character has the Bloodtooth quest in case I want to jump over and do it. Yep, need to pick it up at least. Do you have to buy them? No, so the only things you have to buy are like a couple of classes, but there's actually a lot of free content in LOTRO, Gabriel. So you look at I don't know how familiar you are with LOTRO, but as far as the content itself is concerned, you have all the way up to Helm's Deep for the content that's available for free. So you actually have kind of all of this map here, which is Breland, the Shire, Rivendell. Then you can go into Moria over here that has all of that content for free. Lothlorien or Mirkwood is also for free. And then also kind of Isengard map here. All of this is for free. And then going into Rohan is free as well. So you don't have to buy the races or anything like that. You don't have to buy elves or classes with the exception of a couple. But a lot of the content is free when you come in here. You don't have to buy the elves, no. Yeah, the elves are already kind of free when the game is when you download the game, so there isn't any kind of issues there. I just personally like playing the hobbits so much that I have been, hobbit characters on all of the guys that I primarily use. Yeah, nothing out of the kin there. That's not true, Vision. You know that. Lore Master, let's make it happen. Then I propose a challenge. What do you got for me, good sir? What do you got for me? What did you play before you were Lala? I played what is the tallest one? The exact opposite of what I normally play. I don't remember that last one. You want to go to war, Blocky? What's up, Mr. Divine? How you been? How was your weekend, good sir? Yeah, I was row. That's what it is. Yeah, I was playing a row before then. I went row to Lalafell to natural human, whatever that was. I think is what I went when I was playing FF14. Holy shit, fair point. Visions. He's like H. Elf, he hates his own guy. Doing good, man. Hit another earthly orbital completion. How you been? We just been big chillin'. We're putting out some content for LOTRO and might be applying for that content creator thing here soon. But ultimately, we're just kind of big chilling, hitting go live when we start up LOTRO. You know what I mean? Sweet, man. Yeah. Yeah, we've got I don't know if I had told you, Alice, but I'm again. We kind of live in the Unreal Engine a little bit, so I've been kind of working on that as well. That new game that we're kind of focusing in on there. So that's exciting, but we're kind of all over the place with that. Been feeling really creative this past couple months because of being in Unreal Engine and also doing stuff on here. So if you create a new save, make an elf, use a weapon you've not used yet or mastered to beat certain parts of the game, don't quit. Oh no, do something. And who's that? Where is that? This is Vision. You can be a Bjorning character in the game as well. So that's one of the classes that you can be. It's technically also a race. So can you get a creature or not? You can get pets of different kinds. So all these guys that just loaded up on screen here, You can get all these that are just cosmetic pets. They don't do anything, but they just kind of follow you around. If you play certain classes like the Lore Master that we talked about earlier, Lore Master can get some like certain battle pets, if you would, like a lynx or a bear or a saber tooth, things like that. So they certainly are able to do things of that nature and kind of have a little bit more different types of pets. But can you get them all? I'm pretty sure you can. It might take you a long time, but you know. Elks are my favorite. I think there are elk pets. If not, there's no, doesn't look like elk pets, but I know that there's elk mounts that you can pick up for sure. Yo, Ellis, I don't know if you're in the space to hear anything about it, but did you hear anything about the Ashes of Creation stuff? I'm curious to know if that has like branched your algorithm, or if anything like that is kind of touched base with you. Because over here in the MMO space, it has been the big topic lately over the past couple of days. I'm curious to know if something like that has like gone outside of the MMO space, because obviously like the Kingsman drama from earlier definitely went outside of just Marvel Rivals. So have you heard? Yeah, I was gonna say, I said if you heard anything about like the Ashes of Creation stuff that had been going on the past couple days. Haven't heard anything about it, no? Yeah, so I guess it's just MMO spaces that are kind of in that kind of section. What happened? Long story short, so an MMO is coming out that everybody in the MMO space was very excited about for like the past, I want to say, decade. And they had a guy that was like very open development type of kind of CEO and company, kind of went for you know, this very grandiose kind of MMO, and went really far to the point of you know, it's gonna be like the next WoW killer, which is what everybody says about the next MMO. And it released in early access in December, and it is already being shut down, unfortunately, as of a couple days ago, which is kind of nuts. They released and they did not have I think it well underperformed the expectations of what they were thinking about, so. I mean, Gabe, I can't necessarily gift the Elks because I think it's account bound, but certainly if you play the game and kind of get to the point where we're at, where we're able to kind of take you through some content, we can certainly help you get there, man, for sure. It's unfortunate. Yeah, it's unfortunate because like I was keeping my eye on it and wanting to play it, but you know, obviously it fell apart, right? So kind of sucks in that regard. Oh, he got a legendary. Oh my goodness, what did I get? I got the tanking gauntlets. Good. These are actually not bad, to the point where I think I might throw those on the Guardian. Bro, stealing my drops? Dude, yeah. Getting 2 pieces back to back is kind of nuts. I think I'm going to throw that in the vault real quick. If you've got another one, Vision, I am down to run another. Until we're out of featured instances for you. I might just grind all 6 of mine right now. I don't play the game because you can get it as your pet. I cannot get that as my pet, good sir. Unfortunately, no. I know a thing or two about games looking forward to for 10 years of development falling apart. I know. I think, unfortunately, a lot of us are all too familiar with something like that, which is depressing to think about. So let's go on Brawler. Let's do some Brawler gameplay real quick. Or mount. I can show you the mount, what it looks like. I think I have it on this guy. For sure. We can put that on screen so you can see it. Let's see if we got this guy. Let's see. Elk. Oh, we have 2 of them. We've got the Felgoth's Knight one, which looks like this. It's like armored up almost with like leather armor on him. And then we also have the Baker's Delight one I can show afterward. He looks sick though when you're riding on top of him because of all the antlers that he's got here. Let's see what the Baker's Delight one looks like. I think it's going to be more like cook related. Never mind, it is just a basic elk. I thought there would be a lot more going on with this guy. No, so the first one's a lot more battle heavy. This guy is just a hangout elk. Still pretty cool though. I like him. So.
Stay and have some tea. Stay and have some tea.
Gamer for real. Appreciate the follow over on Twitch. Hope you're enjoying the stream tonight, man. How you doing? Alright, let's hit it up again. I want to make sure that we give opportunities for people. Actually, everybody that I've actually hit that out to is already... Nobody new has come online, so we'll just go right back to LFF. I know I'm late to the party, but I'm about an hour into LOTRO and I'm enjoying it. Awesome, gamer. What have you started playing? What server are you on? What do you got going on? Let us know. It's always exciting to hear somebody that's starting their Middle-earth journey here. I think I have one. I can't tell if this is a 180 or a 160 though. Let me look. Misty is a captain. Okay. Let me grab him. Two captains. I like it. Late to the party, but the life of the party. There it is. There it is. Started as a high elf. Let's go. Let's go. We are the hobbits. Nothing but hobbits on this. So I don't believe we'll live up to your height expectations on the stream here, but you know, we just got done playing the champion a little bit. So high elf is a great choice. We got done playing the champion because OB in the ocean here has taught us how to play champion quite well, so. That's a 10 out of 10 saddle in the second one. Dude, yeah, the saddle was pretty sick. I like that one for sure, Gabe. I'm a high dwarf. That's funny. I like it. First character was High Elf Hunter, but I don't think I like it. The champion is the way to go. We play a lot of the melee classes on this, on my side of things. I do have like a couple of tactical, but the melee guys are the way to go, I think. It's a lot more fun. Yeah, but I like to give you credit, OB. How about hop off? Hey, Gabriel, appreciate you hanging out with us tonight, man. Hope to catch you in another one. Typically, I'd go mage, but melee is so far. The mages are pretty cool here too, though. Like I don't know if you looked into the RK or anything like that, but they're pretty sick. And the lore masters got a rework last year that made them really powerful, so they're really going pretty strong too. Of course, bro. Yeah, we've been posting lots of shorts. We've been posting the video or so recently, so we'll certainly be popping some videos in the YouTube. Hope you're stopping by to check them out then, man. The Runekeeper or Lore Master, if you're looking for like the mages, is the way to go. Runekeeper is got like obviously a DPS, a damage spec, and a healing spec, so you have either or that you can rock with. The Lore Master has like a support spec or a damage spec that you can rock with either. They're more in line with like a Gandalf type character. Runekeeper is strictly kind of like a mage that's unique to this game. You know, you're drawing from the power of rune stones, and you're drawing that power out so you can use it on enemies or heal allies, whichever one. But Obi, how you doing, man? I saw you in here and haven't talked to you in a bit. Hope you've been doing okay, man. Hope you're excited for the new content. Doing well, just leveling storage alts while working on instances. Gotcha. Yeah, the past like 2 weeks has just been, for me, has been leveling the Guardian and getting all the classes I have in like a good spot with like crafted gear and stuff. Because I want to be able to like go into the content saying, oh yeah, I've got whatever line that I had in 150, and at least be able to play it on a casual level and not just like be falling behind with it. So all of my classes have been like this is the best my inventory has looked in like a whole year. I'm gonna be honest, and that's with the PvP gear in here. If I didn't have my PvP gear in here, then the inventory would look a lot better too. But I was out to PvP a couple of nights, so. The week delayed let me get my Cappy to 160. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I would have gotten my Guardian to 160. Well, I think I would have gotten him there, but I don't know if he would be like gear-wise there. You know what I mean? So the delay for it has certainly given him an opportunity to like gear up, crafted-wise and stuff like that. So, oh, do we have something on us? Oh, we have the boss just spawns. Or the boss just triggers like that. I didn't realize that's gonna be how that works. Didn't look in the instances on beta. I am the same way. I really enjoy going in blind. The only times I've ever done like going to BR to run instances has been like when my raid group is like asking that of me. So Hey, Clip, what's going on, man? Yeah, and even then, OB, the one time that we did that, I didn't really feel like I got much out of it because we ran it on tier 1. You know what I mean? We just kind of blew everything up, so we didn't really do much testing or anything like that. Dude, I got another piece. We got DPS gauntlets. Oh my god. I feel like I have DPS gauntlets on everybody, though. Shit, man. I'm 0 for 3 and I'm 3 for 0. I'm getting pieces left and right, bro. I think I have, I'm pretty sure I have DPS gauntlets from Featured Instance on everybody, though. So. There we go. Cool. BR builds are so broken, usually you're just guessing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's hard to say. I like going over there initially just to kind of play with some things, but like sometimes that shit also gets like adjusted too, right? So let's go with the Berg. Actually, no, we don't go with the Berg. Let's go with the Mini. That's exactly what I did too, Opie. I went over there. I took a look at what kind of a couple of changes on the champ. Took a look at the. I wanted to confirm the cooldown stuff on the brawler. I didn't really even take a look at the tracery that they're changing either. So I'll have to adjust that on my my guides that I have for brawler. I might even make brawler videos for it, just to make sure that it's all cut, because I genuinely cannot imagine that they're going to change brawler outside of the changes that they're making right now. So the mighty upheaval tracery split, yeah, I know that much, and I know that they're getting rid of the fulgurant strike tracery as well. So I'll have to take a look and see how we adjust that, because I'm pretty sure I'm using that on my DPS spec. And I know for a fact I'm using the mighty upheaval tracery in my tank spec. So we'll have to take a look and see how that works. Especially because I don't know. I'm not necessarily convinced at the set bonus for brawlers this expansion on the blue set. So the thunderous upheaval that prevents the knockdown, but instead adds like a damage increase and dot that follows it. It might be good for for kind of aggro generation, but that's what I saw on BR. And so it means that if you're running the knockdown tracery is irrelevant, right? So I am gonna be very open to other pieces of gear outside of that, like we did with the burglar. The burglar on 150 cap, I was running 6 set blue in my yellow spec because it had like gambler potential outside of blue, right? So I was either running 6 set blue or 2 pieces of each set. So the set bonuses of the burglar last expansion necessarily, at least on the yellow side of things, weren't really impressive. And so it kind of opens you up to kind of testing and experimenting with other pieces. So I might be finding that that's going to be the way we run things in this expansion, but on Brawler this time. So we'll just have to see. I'm genuinely curious about it all and want to figure out kind of where everything sits, but I got Faraday, a Runekeeper. I'm kind of liking it, and I think that's be what we go with. Let's get Faraday in here. 6 set yellow was good before Berg changes, then became irrelevant. I don't even recall what it was. I just know that I wasn't running it. Oh, it was sudden diversion, right? Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing, though. I wasn't running that. I was running 4 set red and I think 2 set blue for a very long time, because my group and most of my groups were very DPS focused. And so because they were DPS focused, my yellow berg was also DPS focused, right? So didn't really go, yeah, it didn't really go. Sudden diversion is very much a like ability that was focused on kind of putting you into stealth for trip, but also getting you set up for kind of just extra healing. I didn't believe in the healing, so we just kind of vibed out to more damage. We were posting yellow bird parses in our DMKs. I was doing a ton of damage, dude. I was doing so much damage, actually. Like on boss 1 of DMK, I was doing 100k or something on yellow bird, so... I'm back, boy. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, I was certainly doing a lot of damage on Yellowberg, because we were actually like posting parses and like seeing how much damage we could get out of the supports. That's how much we were like confident in our support ability. We went the direction of like not putting it on the healers, but instead, you know, putting forth more damage for it. So, quick question: what's going on, man? I gotcha. I feel like we're duo-ing this. There we go. Why does the ring up top look like a dragon? That's the frame, so you can right-click this and we can change it to whatever we kind of want it to. These are all the frames that I have here, so if you wanted to click on the Samwise frame, that can change it up like that. That's just the frame of the character itself, so I like the dragon, the golden dragon one personally. I think it looks kind of cool, but we have different ones that we can kind of rock here. This is like different frames that you just can kind of have for your portrait itself. Yeah, so it's something that can kind of change up depending on what you want. I personally like to have the golden dragon frame though, because it's a dragon, so pretty chill. Support that should be that way on higher tiers, to be honest. I agree. I think it should be a little bit back and forth OB with like the lore master, because lore master has more like incoming healing percentages and outgoing ways to heal. But for the burglar, it certainly should be something around the lines of doing more damage kind of thing, right? Hey, then. Bougie frames? No, not even. What do you mean? Absolutely not. I don't even know where I get half these frames, man. I need to, for certain, take out these guys. We are not doing the damage that the other group had. I know the number of LMs I see not keeping up water lore is true facts there. For sure, yeah. Is it just the 3-man this week? Yeah, Clip, for Glamdring right now, it is just this 3-man that we've run a couple of times now. I think it changes on Monday, right? So it'll be this thing all throughout the week. Making it kind of easy to get groups for. Is it instacast now, OB? I didn't know that. How much of this game have you played? I've been playing this game for a long time, Gabriel. It's a game I've been playing since like middle school, so I've been playing it for like 15 years, and it's been a good time the whole time. So they have a nice regular content schedule, so it makes continuing to play the game still rather enjoyable because of that. So. No induction usable on the move. Then what the heck are they doing? Let's queue it up. Oh, I think this guy's getting the cocoons. That's why he wasn't really with us the first like section. Okay. I don't mind that. As long as he's catching up to us eventually. Ooh, Spider Slayer and Mirkwood done. Nice. See, that's why I don't really like pulling the cocoons. We get trolls, bro. Oh my god. Whoa, Mr. Whips is dead. We are duoing this dungeon. Hope you knew that. Oh, he fell off the map. Okay. RK be struggling right now, man. He is. I mean, I'm here for it. You know, he's. You know. We're not judging. You know. Sorry, first time. No worries. Good. I can't say sir. No worries. I don't want to make assumptions like that. Look, he's fine. That spider drop. Yeah, I don't know what happened to you early. I had to res you there. He came, he saw, he fall. Yo, Perks, what's going on, my dude? How you doing? Can we be 4 for 4? No, we can't get that lucky. It's just enhancement runes, it looks like. Just tilted off CS? No. Do you play like Face It, or do you just like play normal CS? Or what is the tier above like competitive nowadays? Premier, that's it. Okay, I got Premier. Oh. Cheaters every game, but it's Premiere. I thought that like had a little bit more like prevention there, no? Like, can't you only have like one? Or can't you, like, aren't you like synced up to like with your phone number to make sure that doesn't happen? Or is that not something you guys do? Oh. IQ with Art, who has a bad rep account, so we get put in live as the same. Okay, yep. So it's an Art problem rather than a Perks problem. See, I'm gonna be real with you. There are multiple groups of people that have told me the exact same problem. That they have to queue with their buddy who is like on a bad rep account. And because of that, it's literally cheaters every game in those bad rep accounts. It makes me like question, like, I feel like the bad rep account guys would just quit the game because they run into those cheaters so frequently, you know? Because you're not the first person that of a completely different like group of people that like have like said, hey, like this is like what's going on. They just cheat off. Oh man, that's so silly to think about. Actually, so silly to think about. Oh man. That's my 4. If you need someone, I can run with you. I don't know. I think that's good for me for now because all I had left is the captain. Because the Berg has like 5 pieces. She doesn't really need it. I'm running over to make sure I do have Blood Tooth. If we see a... Okay, I've got both of them. If you want to, Vision, we can run some Delvins. I don't know what today is. It might be bad to run Delvins today, though. It might be one of those days that we run 6-man, 3-man weekly stuff to make sure that we get that done. That might be what we should do. But... Oh, is there a group that already went out there today? It's hilarious. Pistol round ends and some rando on my team will be like, yo guys, is cheating right back. Disconnected, come back 2 minutes later. Dude, that's so stupid to think about though, Perks. That's so stupid to think about. 3-man, 6-man would be good. That's what I'm leaning into right now. I came over here to see if there was like a group getting started for this though. I don't care about the hunter dailies themselves. I care about the roving threats because I think, where am I at with the... Yeah, like I'm at 10 right now. If I got another like 3 roving threats done, I would be in a spot where I could pick up another necklace or somebody. So... They haven't done the roving threat yet, Nico says. Alright, let me run down there and make sure I just stalk them then. If there's a group down there, then let's see. Oh yeah, look at all these guys. Huge group down there then. Yeah, let me run down there and get that roving threat done. This is what I've been doing more than the going up for these hunter camp dailies. I've just been like just stalking the roving threat, waiting for them to tag it when they come in. Has it just been a CSGO type of week for you, Perks? It's kind of just pending, waiting on the content to drop on the LOTRO side of things. I can imagine that's the case because there's a lot of people that are just kind of hanging out, waiting for the dungeons. Let's see if I can find the roving thread here. I think I found the group. And they found the roving threat. Look at this. Could throw me a mug in. Boom. Just like we drew it up, chat. Just like we drew it up. Come in, snatch credit for it, get out. I love that. Yoink. For real though. Get it out of here. Thank you, good sir. Clip, I got a question. You've been in here long enough that I feel like I haven't asked you. Clip, do you kind of vibe to the to LOTRO? Do you play LOTRO? I don't know if you've ever told me. What have you been up to in Middle Earth? If so, I don't think I know what you play or what you do, Clip. So there's some people that just kind of jump in chat and they kind of hang out with us, but they don't play LOTRO, so I'm always curious to see where everybody sits at with it. Go hit the other one here. Yes. Returning player just got the champ to 160. Do you play with us over here on Glamdring, or are you over on a different server? That is awesome, though, to hear that you're at 160 with that. Orchrist. Gotcha, gotcha. Very cool, very cool. Champion seems to be the way to go. Earl sent me some stats on like how many people play like Hunter and Champion and stuff on our server and such. Champion was like the 3rd most played class, so a lot of people vibe to the champ, it seems. Have a Berg at 152, gonna work on him next. What do you play when you play Berg? Do you kind of go with red, blue, yellow? What spec do you go with the Berg? Yellow, there you go. Lately I've been doing nothing but red, but honestly, like when group content comes back out, probably gonna go back to yellow because that's just kind of how group content ends up going. I would love to dip my toes into blue again and see how that would work, but red for some reason just seems to feel more natural lately. But certainly I've been considering kicking up the old blue LIs lately for it. But honestly, blue Hunter seems to be more popular nowadays than red Hunter, so at least from a couple of people I've been seeing. So I might, figure out how blue Hunter is working and see how that all looks before we even touch blue Berg, because it got more changes recently, the past year, than blue Berg, of course. So. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, I enjoy the melee classes for sure. Bjorning is really the only one. I guess Warden too, but I mean, I would consider Bjorning to be a little bit more. Slapped me? How dare you? That's crazy. Yeah, the featured instances go by too quick to division. I want to be able to. I want those instances out now, man, because the damn. I like just like slamming through a bunch of 3-man, 6-man content real quick on different characters, and then moving right along to the next one, and then just hugging it and going one after the other like that. That's a lot of fun. Obviously, doing that on featured instance like that's fun, but doing it with the new content will be, I think, a lot of fun for sure.
Stay and have some tea. Stay and have some tea.
Hey Abby, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying the content tonight. Are they dropping in 3-man, 6-man this week? The expectation was that they were supposed to drop it next week, so I would like to think that they drop it this week. I don't think we hit a announcement or anything like that, but the expectation is that they're dropping it this week. So. Have you watched the Lord of the Rings show on Amazon Prime? I have. I think I've watched both seasons of it. I don't think they have an announcement for season 3 yet, though. But I have seen both seasons of it. I think season 2 came out like a year ago now. Never finished it, but I heard season 3 might be canceled. Why? No. You got me looking this up right now. It says it's expected to release this year. I'm looking through some things right now, looking through some articles. It looked like they finished. It looks like they finished. I mean, if it was season 4, that might be a thing, right? So, could be. It looked like some of the last updates that they have for season 3. Some of the last updates they have are that it is like completed filming and they're working on like post-production stuff. So, what other fantasy shows do I like? I'm trying to think. I certainly have. Got me thinking here. I don't know, fantasy shows. I know I'm waiting on the new Game of Thrones thing that's coming out to fully release before I dive into that. What is that one called? The Night of the Seven Kingdoms, that one. I know that one is like one that I haven't jumped into yet, but I'm waiting for all 6 episodes to come out, and then I'm going to jump into it and dive into that. So I'll certainly be watching that on HBO Max here soon. That's probably the most recent fantasy show that is kind of that I'm more interested in right now. What are your fantasies, dude? I don't know. I'm a sucker for like isekai animes into fantasy environments. I don't know why they have to be isekais, to be fair. They always have to kill off the main character in their real world and then transport them to a fantasy world for it to be relevant. And honestly, I've watched so many of them at this point that they all seem to be the exact same anime. Which just sounds strange. But like, I don't know, that certainly is something that I get hooked on. They're all the same show. I don't know why, but I also like this fantasy show on Amazon Prime called Wheel of Time, huh? Let's take a look. Ooh. Amazon. Ooh, I like it. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. It has a couple of seasons too, huh? 3? Look at that. Oh, you're gonna have me go watching this, huh? Look at you, Abby. Setting me down a path of Wheel of Time here. Oh my gosh, how do you say this name? I'm so sorry. Is it Sile? Sia? I'm so sorry. Is there a community to do in-game things? Absolutely. So it depends on where you're going on servers and stuff, but there's absolutely a community. The server of Glamdring is where we on, and you can see there's tons of people. Let's just see how many 160s there are right now. I wonder. I mean, there's over 100 160s on Glamdring. If you're on the EU side of things, Orcrist is obviously the most populated one there, and we'll certainly have a lot of people doing that kind of stuff as well. So certainly a community there, and if anything, if you're struggling to find people on Glamdring, our guild over here, Knights of Kingstead, we have a lot of people that sign in and do content as well during that time frame. So when the new dungeons drop here in the next week or so, we will probably see a lot of our members kind of going over and knocking some dungeons out that way. So certainly as a community over here for that. It cancels after season 3 for Wheel of Time. Is Game of Thrones your favorite show on HBO Max? I don't think so. I think my favorite show on HBO Max actually is the Teen Titans live action show, if I recall. It's a split between that or the new Creature Commandos. However, Creature Commandos is a much shorter animated kind of show, whereas the Teen Titans show got like 4 or 5 seasons. Obviously a lot more content there. So thanks. How's this leveling experience? See, I think it's quite well. I mean, if you're just starting in the game, you know, you have like all of Eriador here. You've got all the way up to kind of Mordor, or excuse me, Helm's Deep over here. The leveling experience is something that you will, I think, level rather quickly. I know that there is more content in the game to the point where like you will over level certain areas and have to pay attention to that. So it certainly does go rather quickly. But I would recommend, of course, taking your time. It's all about the experience to throughout Middle-earth than it is getting through the content here. So certainly one of the fun parts of the game is just questing and leveling and enjoying the story here. So called His Dark Materials. Gotcha. I do have HBO Max, so let me check that. I'll add that over here too. Yeah, got it. I'll have to take a look at that as well. Appreciate the recommendations there, Abby, for sure. Thank you so much. I don't watch enough things on my HBO Max account to begin with, so it's nice to kind of have something on HBO to kind of go check out. That's what I was saying, Clip. I haven't watched it. I've had good feedback from Sky that we have on stream. He's really excited about it, and he's been watching it. I told him I'm waiting for all 6 episodes to come out before I dive in, because I like to just binge things just straight up. But he has said great things about it. So I'm going to park this guy right here. We don't have anybody here yet. But if somebody starts to ask about the weekly roving threat, I'm going to log in on this guy and do that. Hello, Mr. Wonderful. David, what are you doing? Why are you saying the things you are? That's so funny. We'll swap over to the mini and jump in on another roving threat group here. Get us a necklace tonight. It's great? Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard nothing but positive things so far, Clip. So, I'm looking forward to watching it. I haven't dove into it yet, but I will be for sure. I like it better than House of Dragon. Was House of Dragon that bad, huh? I never watched House of Dragons, so. They're coming out with new content? Absolutely. We actually are expecting to see a couple new dungeons, I think, this week. I think we're expected to see 2 6-man dungeons and a 3-man dungeon for the 160 level cap area. We're expected to see that, I think, this week, so we'll probably be here at the end of the week. I'm sure you'll be seeing us running through it a lot, but that's our expectation right now. Is that they do have a regular content release schedule, and we have a couple dungeons coming out this week, and
have some tea.
I think a month or two afterwards we should see the raids or the raid that's coming out. So, also appreciate the follow. Is it Cia? CLA? Is that how you say the name? I'm so sorry if I messed that up. I don't have the 2 roving threats on this guy. I need to go pick him up. Yala. I hope I got that right. I feel like I messed it up though. I am struggling with it. I'm sorry. I'm not good with names in the slightest. Pick up this hunter roving thread here. Good to go. HBO Max has so many good shows. It does. It has a lot. It's pretty good. I like it because it's got the like new shows, Abby, but it also has like the kind of like the classic stuff on it too, right? Some of the older classic stuff, at least.
Riches chase you, friend.
Ever watched Vikings? Vikings has got to be one of my favorite. I rewatched it a couple of years ago, actually. I didn't finish, like, once they get into like season 4, I lose my momentum of watching it. But especially those first 3 seasons, Clip, are just like the best like content ever when it comes to that shit. So yeah, that stuff is like peak. I didn't watch, apparently they had like a follow-up. Yeah, pre-death stuff is like peak for sure. The post-death stuff is like still really good, but it doesn't carry that same weight, or it doesn't carry that same vibe in general, right? So there's supposed to be a Harry Potter show. I haven't heard anything about that, but that sounds kind of cool. That's one thing that I do wish about Harry Potter, is like I'm not really a Harry Potter fan, not because of the content that exists in Harry Potter, but because I wanted to see more of the Harry Potter world, if you would. And I always thought it was kind of very like narrow in vision. That's why I think the Harry Potter game looks pretty good. But I don't know if you ever saw a clip though that they had like a Viking show that was supposed to like be post Viking show, I guess, like 100 years post that. But I'm unsure if that ever got off the ground or anything, or if that was good or not. I don't recall where that was actually like sitting at. You didn't like it? Okay. I didn't hear anything about it is the problem. Like, I saw that it came out, and I questioned. It's actually what got me to rewatch Vikings, because I was like, oh, well, maybe I should be watching Vikings again to get caught up. And so I rewatched Vikings, and then I was like, nah, I won't worry about the follow-up show now. I already watched the content ever, you know? So... there was supposed to be another group out here, I think. But I don't recall if they have... yeah, there's another group out here somewhere. I'm looking for the roving threat, though, so... there is, yeah. They are doing the HTs? Not sure what that's supposed to mean. Hey, Blood, what's going on, man? I enjoy the Warlock class, and wow, what class is most like that in this game? I want to go with Runekeeper. Might be the closest, because if I recall, Warlock has some, like, bleeds. That, well, of course, to be fair, I haven't played Warlock in, like, retail WoW. I've played Warlock in classic WoW. And I would say that, you know, you might find that Warlock on the Runekeeper might fit that kind of playstyle, like Red Runekeeper might fit that playstyle. So, also, what's up, Blood? How you doing, man? Hope you're big chilling with tonight. Ah, chilling, perfect. Figured out my auto shit? That's good, that's good. So it wasn't like a crash on Twitch's end or something? It was just kind of an audio kind of thing? That's good that it's figured out, though. I got somebody that killed a spore cloud on the south side of the camp. I still haven't found my boy, though. I think he was further down there. The group is further south, that's for sure. Honestly, there's no character like Warlock in LOTRO. Most classes from WoW don't translate to LOTRO because they're completely different games. It's the best way to say that. I would say that, like, it depends on what you... the biggest thing I would look at... oh, they did pull it. They just pulled it over here. The biggest thing I would do, Sia, is try to figure out what it is about Warlock that you enjoy. If you can figure out what it is about Warlock that you do enjoy, then the best way that we can help you is trying to kind of match a class to that. For example, like a lot of people that play Warrior on WoW, they simply like playing this like bulky melee character, and that's a lot of the times like champion or a brawler over here. Many people enjoy kind of doing lots of bursty tactical magic type damage. That would be your lore master, right? But if you're more of like a slow burn, what is it, the damage with patience, which is just dots, right? Those are kind of your like rune keepers that are in Redline or something like that. So certainly trying to figure out what it is of that class in WoW kind of resonates with you. If you can figure out what that is, we can certainly pair it up with a class that can kind of mimic something like that. Unfortunately, there's not, it's like Vision said, many of the classes in WoW, they are such different games at this point that it is more lenient in the side of, you know, there's not many one-to-one comparisons, with the exception of maybe Hunter or Warrior to Champion. So some of these other classes are a little bit more unique in that aspect. At some point, Windows turned down the output on my headphones to 25%. Dude, I've had that happen to me before, and it is such a infuriating thing because you do nothing to change it, Blood. and you're just like searching through settings, and until you go to the very default of settings, do you find what it is that went wrong, right? Like, that is like the worst when they just like change up the settings like that. Warlock would be closest to Lore Master. Affliction is like red line and damage over time. Demonology is like pet focus side of things. Destro would be closer to the burst of the rune. There you go. There you go. Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to play WoW enough to kind of give those kind of recommendations. Most of my experience with MMOs, like I have that classic WoW experience, and I have played a couple of expansions of retail, but most of the time I am found over in Guild Wars 2, and Guild Wars 2 has been my like go-to vacation MMO from this game, you know? Games don't translate, they're nothing like, I mean, yeah, it's all, you know, it is what it is, but they're alike in many ways, but for the classes specifically, you know, that's always what I recommend, is kind of just finding what it is about the class that you like the most and seeing which class provides that kind of experience over in the other game. So, is this thing still following me? Come on, man. I think that puts me in a position where I can get... Oh, if I do one more after this, I can. Well, Guild Wars 2 is a little bit different scenario where, because it's not as tab target based. It's more action combat, whereas WoW does provide that tab target parallel, right? This guy in world chat goes, if you play in the moors, we need help for real. Dude, the Freeps have needed help for like 2 weeks. It is so funny. Alright, Sormadon is where we're headed. Gonna go get Bloodtooth, and then we can knock out another necklace for us. I don't know which one I'll be getting. I think I could be getting the tank necklace for the champion would be cool. That way all my tanks have a tank necklace, and then we could start looking into like the more niche ones, like a healing necklace for the captain or something. I've played them all. I can find ways to relate all of them. Yeah, there's definitely crossovers for stuff and ways to go about it. The ones that I've spent most time in, of course, is LOTRO, but I also played a lot of Star Wars and then Guild Wars 2. Those are like the three that I've kind of put most of my time into. Oh, these guys just came off the cliff fast, man. They're on a mission. Yeah. We typically don't leave LOTRO for the most part, though. Like, I have my vacation MMOs that I go to, like Guild Wars 2, and we have, like, a lull in content over here. But most of the time, we've kind of... You know, we've been big chilling on LOTRO. Just can't get into Guild Wars 2. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 for me is a lot of fun just because it's a kind of the same. It's the same kind of monetization as New World, where it's a buy to own kind of thing. I like that type of monetization, so much so that like the last expansion of Guild Wars 2 I pre-ordered and I haven't touched it, and it's been released for like 6 months. Like, I know that that content is going to be there waiting for me whenever I want to get back into Guild Wars 2, and because of that I am more inclined to just pay for that content, because I know at some point I'm going to go play that Guild Wars 2 expansion. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So yeah, the New World stuff, it is what it is, Vision. But I hope that that type of like monetization method at least doesn't go away, because that's why I enjoy Guild Wars 2 the most. Is I like to just purchase the content and say, okay, cool, this is the content, I own it, I can come to this whenever I want, there's no kind of restrictions. You know, that's basically how we do LOTRO right now. You know, we aren't a VIP in LOTRO, and for years all I've done is simply, you know, purchase the new expansion as it comes out, and then any quest pack, I've had the LOTRO points necessary to just purchase it outright. You know, so we haven't been VIP in years, and we own all the content. Like, I don't think there's much in the way of like, I think there's a section where you can like go to account here. I don't know, maybe it's account. I don't even know if I have that section where you can like purchase like quest packs or something here, because I have everything, I own it all. So, but the owner of Rust may be the new one. If that is the case, Blood, I would really like it, because I don't care who it is that picks up New World. I think New World was gone too soon, and I would like it if that kind of space would revive, regardless of kind of, you know, who ended up showing up with it. Whoever, you know, picks up the pieces of what's left of New World. I think that the game's gone too soon, and I think it's important that it keeps going on, because it, you know, I think it was doing quite well, and of course, I'm assuming it was mismanaged to some degree, to the point where it got to where that is, right? So, because, dude, I can't tell you how many people were so excited about the New World expansion, only for it to come out a week later and just deflate everybody, you know? I mean, just so disappointing that it ended the way it did there. Talking about Ash's New World was light years ahead of monetization and setup, yeah. I mean, I it's strange enough, but I do hope the same for Ashes. I mean, if it does turn out to be that it is officially dead and it's not going to be revived, I would hope the same, but you know, fate for New World getting picked up as I do for Ashes getting picked up. You know, these MMO spaces are really great worlds that they develop, and I think that, you know, they need to keep going. But, you know, not all of our MMOs end on happy notes, unfortunately. So it would be nice if either of those MMOs was to get picked up. The MMO genre is cooked. Well, Josh Stripe Hayes pointed out a very great. He made a video. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Vision, but the MMO space, it just costs a lot to make these areas, and you know. What class are we on? This is the Minstrel class. We're currently playing the DPS spec, the Warrior of Skald. They also have like a healing spec where they play these like ballads and anthems to heal instead of doing the damage that we're doing. But Minstrel is a lot of fun. Sia, I think it's a lot of burst damage, and you can do it all on the move too. Like we can run circles around this guy if we wanted to, and still do all of these skills the same way, right? So The Red Minstrel is a lot of fun when questing and such. You might be right though, Vision. I think we might be cooked when it comes to the MMO genre. It's gonna take established studios to make something of that caliber that is the expectation. That guy died. Can I res him? Let me get him up. This a boss? Yes. So you do have DPS meters that we have like right here, for example. I can look, I can click on him, I can see I did 7 million total, I did 33,000 per second. I can click into this and it will break down all of the skills that I did here. This is a plugin that we have cooking, Sia. There isn't something that you can track everyone's damage, but you can at least track your own. And then if I wanted to, I could click on this and I could click, you know, Fellowship, send the chat, and it would share it in the chat so everyone else could see the level of damage that I was doing in that particular encounter. So you can kind of use that to track your own damage and see how yourself is progressing. You can't use it on like other people, unfortunately, though. But it is something that certainly is pretty valuable. The inherent problem with MMOs today isn't the expectations. Early MMOs had nothing or very little. New ones have hit every mark off the rip or it failed. Yeah, they absolutely have to hit everything or it fails. It's the first impression that matters on every MMO, honestly, and that goes for most games too, to be fair. But we didn't get credit for it, bro? Are we serious? How did I not get credit for killing the damn Bloodtooth guy, man? I'm sitting here hitting him all day. That's insane.
Well done, friend.
How many times does that happen, dude? I'm tired of Bloodtooth not having enough teeth for everybody that kills him, man. Is there a subscription to this game? There is. You can play this for free up to like level 95, level 100. And at any point, there is a subscription to it. It unlocks a lot of content. Unlocks a lot of quality of life things too. You know, we certainly here we recommend kind of paying that first month because it changes your free-to-play account to a VIP account. When that 30 days is up, it moves it to a premium account, which is like the in between, the middle status. But there is a subscription to this game. It's not required though. So, did anyone else miss out on Oh, look, a lot of people did, apparently. Good. Let me come back over here and help. Yeah, I can even see like right now, if I take all these guys off, you can kind of see on the right hand side, I'm actually doing a whole lot more damage than I was previously on that last one. Like I ended at 33k on the last time we fought this guy. Now I'm doing like 47, 48. So Oops, I didn't want to hit that. Brutal. I messed my combo up pretty badly there. Is there difficulty getting into groups as some DPS? Maybe. I don't find that there's too much difficulty into getting into these groups. Dungeon groups might be looking for something kind of specific, so it might not be something that you have. It might just be that they're looking for something specific. But I personally don't think that there's many things that are like that. I think that so far, from my experience, if you want to play damage, you certainly can get into those groups. However, like most games, like the damage role is like the most popular role because it's something that a lot of people enjoy. So, yeah, okay, we got it good. Okay. It certainly is a role that gets filled the fastest. So I always recommend, like if you were playing a character in here, most of the time, I think this is the case with all characters now, you have a DPS line and you also have something else in your toolkit regardless of what class you play. So you might also have a healing line, you might have a support line, you might have a tank line. I always recommend kind of learning both your DPS line and an alternate line or a build like that. That way, if you do find yourself kind of struggling getting into DPS groups because they're filling up too quickly, you always have that additional trait tree to fall back on. So I play a lot of tanks, so I never really run into problems with groups because I put my tanks first and then my DPS second. But a lot of people put their DPS first, and so certainly something to fall back on when you're running into any issues with that. But every class now has a secondary line that you can go into and make sure that you are getting into those groups with that. So, but I don't think there's a such thing as like running into problems with DPS not getting accepted because every group's going to need DPS. So. Thinking about playing Lore Master, I'd recommend it. Lore Master is like a very popular class right now. You know, you have the red tree is your big damage type of spec, and then the blue tree is your more pet focused kind of support tree, offensive support tree, and then the yellow one is your debuffing type of support tree that certainly is sought after in a lot of raids. I think every raid that I was in last expansion had a yellow lore master in it. So yellow lore masters for sure are sought after. Red lore masters are sought after for damage. Blue ones is kind of a more niche one, but they're still really great to do with questing. So certainly is a great aspect of it. as well. Okay, let us go. I'm gonna run over on the brawler. We're gonna go grab another necklace. Gonna grab another tank necklace specifically. And when we grab that tank necklace, we're gonna throw it on the blue champion, and that way all of my tanks have a necklace. So, what should I go for? Questing? I would recommend either red or blue is what I would recommend. It depends on your playstyle. Red is very much more just damage. Blue is less damage, but you get a lot of damage from your pets. Your pets can be out permanently, whereas red, you use skills to summon your pets briefly. So certainly something that I lean into either red or blue, depending on whichever playstyle you're kind of feeling. So let me go grab another necklace on the brawler. We'll grab it for the champion. Blood, are you still in here, man? Are you planning on doing some blue champion gameplay when we get into the dungeons here pretty quick? They're changing up blue champion so much. It's going to be, I think, a lot easier to tank with. Totek has his necklace. I've got his necklace. It's all good. Yeah, I made sure to get him his necklace because I wanted to get him a necklace because I know for certain he's going to do nothing but tank. But how long do you think the dungeons will take to finish? Dungeons typically are like 15 to 20 minutes. They're not really too terribly long. The new ones that are upcoming, I think they're primarily done. We're just waiting for them to get polished up and put into a build that gets released here in the next week or so. So the from a development standpoint, they're almost kind of done. So dang, I had this guy all prepped to come do the weekly out here. Oh well, not a big deal. Let's go to Solmadash. Yeah, we'll have a couple of tanks ready, Vision. I do want to do exactly what we just did with the featured instant stuff. I want to just slam out 3-mans and slam out 6-mans. When we get to the dungeons section of this, you know, I have been working really hard to make sure all of my alts are in a really great spot. So when going into the dungeons, each of them isn't lacking and can go into that perfectly fine. Technically speaking, I need to probably do the story quest with a couple of them to get a better tanking cloak. But for now, it's certainly something where, like, I think they're perfectly fine, at least in, like, that's a min-max kind of opportunity of going to get the tanking cloak. So I might do that here in the next couple of days. We might do a little bit of that tonight even, at least on one of them or so, but we'll have to see. Because this will get us a necklace. I don't think I'm going to get another necklace this week after we get this one. Typically, the weekly roving threats kind of carry that hunter mark stuff, so... Let me grab these badges of valor here. There we are. We'll grab all of them real quick just to be safe. Head over to the camp real fast. I should have just followed the path at this point. Oh my god. All right. There we go. Then once we have the tanking necklace on the champ, like all of our tanks are in a really great spot with the exception of maybe a cloak. I might have to find out where I need to put those shoulders at.
What do you need?
Wait, I'm at 14? I thought it was going to be higher than that. I thought it was going to be at 16. Okay, well then we'll park this guy right here, and then when we see another roving threat group come out for roving threats, we'll go and tag one of those. I'm gonna switch over to the champion for now. Let's do some story. Make sure we get some. Make sure we get the tanking cloak kind of on her. If we can get the tanking cloak on the champ and the guardian upcoming, then I think. Then I think we'll be in a really great spot for that. The Berg is perfectly fine where she's at, and Tomac, I don't know if he's good. I might have to revisit him to see, but we'll see. Vision, I have a question. Do you know if we could hook up Nightbot in the YouTube channel as well? We'll have to talk about that. I don't know if that's like if Nightbot's a Twitch exclusive thing or not. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm looking for wind and waves, aren't I? Song, oh, it's at the very bottom down here. Here we go. Alright, cool. Let's head over to that. Probably going to jump into do a little bit of the story here, chat, just to make sure that we kind of get the tanking cloak. I don't think I have a cloak that is tanking. Yeah, she doesn't have a tanking cloak. All she really has is this guy here that I crafted. That's kind of just crit, physical mastery, and vitality. So the vitality's not bad here, but it doesn't have any form of mitigations that really help. So certainly need to kind of go and grab that. I think the one from the story is the best one for tanking. So we can get away with the DPS one being just a crafted one, but the one that's over in the crafted tanking one is not really as good. So I want to make sure that we have at least this one kind of cooking. That was the first time a couple of my characters did. I think Tomac really hasn't done any content, and this guy, the champion, really hasn't done any content either. So we have a couple of different characters. Those two are probably the ones that need the most of the retro content at some point. I did really enjoy doing the retro content, like 6-man, 3-man stuff. We'll have to do another night of that because that was a lot of fun. Just kind of going backwards and doing all the old school stuff. Alright, back to Glorfindel at Gadim. Down south there. What are your stats looking like on the champ? The crit's kind of low, and I kind of hate that. But we're looking at 380 physical mastery, 300 crit. Our mitts are kind of in like 126 attack, 192 physical. I think the biggest thing that I could upgrade is the necklace, right? But I'm gonna get a mitigation one for tanking. So there is that. The finesse is at 68k, but we're running fearless right now, and I think that drops it by like 12k. So we're probably looking at about 80k finesse if I had to take a guess on kind of where that math sits. But my crit needs to be a little bit higher, I think, than 300k from where I sit. But I think the biggest thing, though, is that I haven't really done anything to upgrade my traceries, right? All my traceries are from tier 15s across the board. So this would be the perfect place to do it, is upgrade the heroic positions and the heraldries, right? So, but this is like the fourth, kind of fifth character, right? So the main thing that I focus on when I swap to the champion is the tanking things, because I want her to be an alternate tank a lot of the time. So I've got her in a really decent spot to go into tier 1 and tier 2. I would be hesitant to take her into like a tier 3 without further kind of work done, right? So I have this whole setup right down here. I got both tanking rings, some bracelets, some earrings, good pieces of armor, and an offhand, right, that I crafted, and offhand bow. So I've kind of got it all set up where we're kind of in a good spot for tanking for sure. But that's going to be, primarily what I would think I'd bring her on. Even though champion is like a DPS spec, I have always been really into tanking clip, and because of like that, I really look forward to like taking her into 3-man, 6-mans as just a tank, actually. I think she does great DPS, but I do like to indulge with the blue champion tank, especially since next update they're going to have a lot of tanking changes for her. I don't think it's going to, again, put her any higher than like other tanks, but I do anticipate like, tanking on her to be easier than previous updates. So, if that makes sense. I don't know where everyone else sits at on... That's another thing, too. I really haven't talked with any other classes in general. I haven't sat down to figure out where to min-max on any of my classes. And I think that's honestly not bad, though. Because, again, I haven't really found the need to min-max yet, since we don't have dungeons, right? So everyone's going to go in without crit capped, without, physical mastery capped. A lot of things are just not going to be capped when we go in. A lot of people are going to have really low mitts too, right? So a lot of things are going to be just kind of low, because we're at a very low place with our stats overall. So that's low-key good. Yeah, I agree. I think that, like, again, the early stage of a level cap is always kind of fun, because, like, people don't have mitts, people don't have shit capped. It's kind of thing. I made a video this weekend, kind of a checklist of kind of where your gear should be, and I personally think that if you're running purple crafted gear going into this next dungeon kind of packs, that you're in a great spot, personally. Because I don't think that there's much that you're going to be able to gain from trying to min-max at this point in the expansion, right? When you get further in, when we get the dungeons and stuff, we might have a little bit better. This is about to be pretty bad, chat. Okay, this is at least doable. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Being like a couple levels over level here really helps. There we go. Good, good, good. I don't think you're gonna be getting like the gear from the dungeons will be enough to like push you where you probably think you want to be, right? So yeah, all the gear, a lot of the gear will just be irrelevant soon, right? So like, you know, you try your hardest to, I can say with confidence, right, that the necklace will not, right? The pocket item probably won't either, right? So you're looking at something that's in a good spot where like you get your necklace, you get your pocket item, you get your teal rings, right? Because I think you're going to be able to upgrade the teal rings. If you get those like 3 sets of things, everything else is up for debate, right? On like whether you need it or not. But the necklace, pocket, and the rings, those are the things that I've been trying to get on everybody. So doing book quest tomorrow for the cloak. Yeah, see, that's the thing too. Even that, right? If we look at my cloak here, this crafted cloak for DPS is really solid. So if you're doing the book quest for the cloak, what I have been doing has been picking up the mitigations cloak for tanking, because the mitigations cloak from the book line is actually really solid between physical mitigation and tactical. The crafted cloak for tanking that I could also have made with this tailor, I think it only prioritizes tactical, so you can get a little bit of both with the book quest cloak. I think that one is the way to go. I think the tanking cloak is the way to go. If you need a DPS kind of cloak, I think you just make this one. I think there is a tactical one you could also pick up as well, but for sure. Yo, Dougley, what's going on, man? How you doing? I saw you and had your own meeting on what was it, yesterday? I didn't want to jump in because Matt kidnapped me to watch some Star Wars. So shit was happening in the galaxy, you know. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want to remove it. There we go. Okay. Alright, we are doing these 4 quests. Keep moving on through the story here. We're suffering through building the game, but we fixed everything. I'm kind of cooking with the next tile I've been making. So hopefully it's something that'll work. I've been moving towards, he said he's like thinking about making like zip lines and stuff. So I've been kind of building a couple of tiles with that in mind. So hopefully it'll work out. If not, I got of course a backup plan. Should it not? But I think it's in a good spot. I mean, so I think it'll be funny because it'll be you know, as soon as we get like a playable thing, I think there'll be lots of levels that we can use to combine stuff. So I think it'll be a good time for sure. Dougley, I was telling Shelby about it a little bit tonight, and she was I was telling her, you know, the concept, what's going on with it and stuff, and telling them, she was like, well, what happens when the bots die? And I was like, well, they don't necessarily die, they just run out of battery. And I said, but what does happen when the bots die? That's a good question, right? Like what happens when they run out of battery? I was like, maybe they just turn into other pieces of scrap, you know? Maybe they are scrap. You know, maybe some of them are mimics that will eventually wake up when you go to try to collect them. Oh, and that's a whole new enemy, but be kind of funny. Hey, Jaded, what's up? How you doing? Mr. I don't support the team. Dougley supports the team. What do you mean? Don't you hate on Mr. Dougley like that? Oh. We pulled one too many archers here, chat. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no. No, no, no. Oh, we're so dead. Please tell me I have health potions. I have that guy. Ooh, that was a little bit scary. Who knows is the secret for launch? I support the team so much. You don't even know. Good play in Valheim? That's so sick. I never got to complete in Valheim. How are the games? We're doing quite well. We've been kind of doing some dailies and weeklies here. Also, we're about to die. Yeah, we're so dead. That sucks. Okay. But yeah, we're over on Glamdring. If you wanted to come chill with us, certainly welcome to. But I know if you're more of an EU player, Orcrist is the server to go to for more population during that kind of time zone. But we were on the Glamdring server for NA, and yeah, that's just how that's end up working over here. So once Valheim gets at 1.0, I'm gonna put 2000. Dude, for sure. I would been wanting to put a lot of hours into Valheim, but I want them to say, okay, the game is officially done. But I don't know if they'll ever do that, though. They seem to... I had a lot of fun building when I was playing the game. It was a lot of fun, for sure. The building in Valheim is one of my most impressive... Or I was the most impressed, of other survival games, for sure. They've been working on their final biome for a while now. I say let them cook. Dougley, if you ever wanted to, I don't know if it's technically... I think it is technically launched entirely. We bought Enshrouded, 2-3 months ago. Dougley, Matt, and myself. And we played, one session of it. But I really wanted to get into Enshrouded as well. So, is that how the... Yeah, highest pop is of NA is Glamdring. But the highest pop on EU is Orcrist, like what Vision said there. The Deep North is in the works. Ooh, it's exciting. Yeah, I own Valheim, and I'm excited to jump back in once they announce that, for sure. I have a couple of survival games I want to get into once they finally drop their final patch. Or final patch of early access, rather. So... Oh no, Dougley. Shit, man. Oh boy. My man's got him.
May your day prove profitable.
It's so disappointing, man. We were talking about it a little bit earlier today too. Earlier on stream, at least. We were talking more so though, Dougley, more something that might be a little bit more realistic. Is apparently the developers that develop Rust are thinking about trying to pick up the New World license So Nico says good night. Good night, Nico. It's good to have you here, good sir. But the New World license might get picked up by the guys that develop Rust, and honestly, I'm here for it, for somebody to pick up New World, because I enjoyed New World a lot, and I wish it would keep that train going, you know. I did see that, honestly. I'd let anybody go for it, if I'm going to be honest. New World was good, and I think that it is still good. It just needs that continuation, or that, like, light at the end of the tunnel that says, oh, we're gonna eventually get some more content eventually, right? You know, the thing that kills New World right now is the idea that it's not gonna get any new content. It's just a deadpan world. That's what's there is there, right? And while that's good for some people, it's not good for a lot of people. So I think that's really all it needs to have, is some people kind of picking up the torch and keep continuing on with it. So it could be the Rust developers, it could really be any developers, and I wouldn't matter. And the 1 year server shut down for good. Yeah. No reason to play, for sure. But if they revive it and get it all hooked up and working again, you know, that is something that I would be there for sure. I think a lot of people would be there for, in fact. Because I know a lot of people were excited to play the most recent expansion, and then their motivation dropped immediately as soon as, you know, that the comments made that they weren't going to be doing it any longer. Okay, so this is a ravine that goes right in the middle of the camp. I'm curious to know if there's a way up here without going the exact opposite way that we just came in from. Yeah, like literally it for a lot of people. The people that I was like watching the most was like Proper and Kaz, and a lot of them were like really invested in the game and were like really wanting to play it, and then the news dropped and they were like, well, that's crazy is what they were saying. Like, it was like, okay, it's kind of nuts that you guys went with this. But okay, so there's literally no way to get up here. It's just a dead ravine, and that kind of sucks. Okay, back we go. That may be true, but there's 24 hours in a day. That's a lot of game time. Exactly. Absolutely. Truer words could not be said. Could we pin that message? Can we get that framed even? Life is short. Suspended on the computer as much. No! Maybe I go to pin that message. Oh, right here. Here we go. Okay, we got a ramp going up right here, right in the middle. Okay, that's all we had to do is just look here, and then we're good. Good. Now we ride back down to the camp. He does support the team. What are you talking about, Vision? Might I mention that he is the only other person who is rocking the founder, like, subscriber badge in here, okay? He supports the team. Dougley's an OG, man. Dougley big chillin' with us. He wasn't there when the fellowship team needed him. Hey, man. The fellowship team had to play the rogue. Yeah, the rogue was brutal. Mental power. Dude, for real, though. I knew as soon as I was watching the rogue gameplay how it was looking much like rogue and WoW. I was like, I'm not gonna like it because I don't like how Rogue in WoW plays. At least on Classic, which is kind of what it looked like, honestly. And because of that, I was like, not for me. I'm gonna move on to a different DPS for sure. Ah, Mr. Would you please stop hitting me while I'm in menus? Thank you. There we go. Chocobo Mount Wind? Dude, for real though. Are there any questing guides or plugins? Not that I use, Sia. The big thing is that you're gonna get gifted like a quest of some sorts to... You're gonna get gifted a quest of some sorts to follow like a main story, right? And that main story is gonna be what I recommend following. And as you kind of go throughout the game, you'll come across like all the quests and everything you need to know by following the main story. So, do I have to kill somebody for that? That blade? No, I don't. It's probably over this way then. There might be some guides that people have written online about certain areas, Sia, but ultimately you just kind of follow that main story and it should take you to all of the locations you need to. Kind of like what I said earlier, you're going to run into situations where you're leveling so much that you'll be over level eventually on certain areas because there's a lot of content like that. And so I don't think you'll ever be behind unless you start like skipping areas, right? So... Okay, thanks, man. Hey, man, of course. If you have any kind of questions when we're kind of just grinding away like this, always feel free to throw them in the chat like you have been, because we've been playing the game for a long time, and it certainly can be confusing joining like a big, massive space like this. But we're always, you know, ready to kind of answer those questions. And we have a lot of knowledgeable people about the game in chat too, so if I'm not the one that knows the answer, we typically have some others that kind of have some information as well. Alright, so that's done. I think everything else is on the western side over here, so... Main story quest will direct you for the most part. Yeah, for the most part. I don't think there's many locations that are built around LOTRO where the main story quest doesn't exist. Like, I think most of the time they build that main story quest for you to enjoy, and then as you're going to location, from location to location, they build these side quests around where they think you would then be because of the main story quest. So a lot of the time it's better just to follow the main story quest where it takes you and kind of go from there. Tends to be how most of the content goes. Hub-based, yeah. And the other thing too, like I said, you'll probably get over-leveled at some point. And as you hit certain level thresholds, like 50, 60, 75, things like that, they will proactively push you in the direction of the next main story request, regardless of where you're at in the current story quest. So you'll find yourself you know, receiving letters and mail from other characters in Middle-earth that will kind of be asking you to come and aid them when you hit appropriate levels that they think you'll be able to assist them in, right? So the game should naturally push you in that direction in that sense. So certainly is something that will probably get you taken care of that way. Yeah, LOTRO Compendium is the plugin like area too. That might help if you had certain plugins that you were looking into as well. We try our best not to use too many plugins on stream here. We have that like damage meter plugin just to kind of make sure that we're in line with some other people. But outside of that one plugin, I don't use too many others. So. And the plugin there is called Where to Start. Oh yeah? Is that what it is, Quip? What does that plugin actually do, if you don't mind? I've not heard of that one before. Does it kind of just like point you in the right direction of the starting NPC of a map? If you take the look at the link above, Sia, that Vision posted, the LOTRO Compendium, that should sync up with the game there. I'm sure there's a how-to to install it there too, but I'm gonna click on the link myself just to take a look. See if there's anything special here. It's its own program that kind of links up to the platform of LOTRO, and so it kind of has the library of all the plugins there, so it makes downloading and installing the plugins rather easily. So how to install frequently asked questions under the download button. Yeah, there you go. So that would be the best way to do it, is that way there. Aren't I really close to that one, like, beast quest right here? Yeah, the beast fields. I'm gonna do this quest real quick, since it's, like, right here. One Vision posted, and you add whatever you plug in you want. Yeah, it's the way to go. I have it myself. Again, we don't use a whole lot of plugins. I think we're using Combat Analysis one is the one we're using for that shows your damage, and I think that's it. I don't think we have anything else that we use, but there's certainly a lot of them that are like quality of life stuff in there. I know if like you play PvP, there's a PvP one. I know like there's if you play music, There's one for bands and stuff, which is sick. There's certainly one for like organizing bags and keeping track of the currency you have through all characters. There's one for, I think, a completionist one if you like wanted to track certain deeds in all areas or achievements in all areas and stuff. So there's some great plugins out there. I'm just not one that uses a lot of them. All right, one more. Okay. Talk to Glorfindel, and when we talk to Glorfindel, I think the last guy we need to talk to is up at Jarret, so that takes out this whole kind of area here. Dude, like, all I'm saying is that Glorfindel is badass, and Legolas got killed multiple times in the last raid because my raid teams couldn't figure out how to keep him alive. So, Glorfindel kind of showed up at the end and kicked some butt. Legolas was on the ground for the majority of last raid. So, I will just leave that information with you and hope you take with it what you will. He was wearing something, that was for sure. I think level 1 armor is probably what he was more so looking at. I really do hope that the next raid doesn't include a keep this NPC alive moment, because that would suck. Alright, cool. That's done. Up to Jarret. Praise be to Orion and SSG. May there be no more Legolas boss fights. That's all we ask. I feel like this throne room is massive and the usage of the space is small. Like, all we ever do in this throne room is come over here, talk to the leader, and then that's it. Regardless of the quest. Like, I feel like we got nothing going on at all with the bottom second or third layer at the beneath us, and kind of sucks because it looks like a badass location, but there's like nothing to do here. I wish there was more use of that space. Oh, almost fell. Give us another fight with Rothog involved, saying something funny. Dude, I mean, Rothog being in another fight would be badass, and you can't convince me otherwise, so. Dude, it's happening again. You're kidding me. Oh, I'm so good at the video game. Let me tell you, Vision. So good, so good. I'm much better at falling off that cliff now. Much better. Got so lucky. I don't know what you're talking about. That was all planned. We have a quest when we pick up that too. Nice. Jaded, how did the brawler, rest of the brawler stream go? I saw you guys were headed over to Red Loon. I'm excited for the brawler gameplay, if I'm gonna be honest. You know me. We are brawler enthusiasts over here. It was fun? Nice, nice. I did want to make a comment that you said that the high elf or elf looks so weird when they run with the brawler gauntlets out. I'm just saying, it looks so natural when you're a hobbit. Jaded used to join us on Glandring. I wish that we could all play on the same server for sure. That'd be sick. Enjoy the class. The best skill is hurl object. It's like it's just classic stuff. So lots of fun. You have to help me level? We will certainly help you level. We got it. No worries. At least gotta come over here when they got like bans and stuff going on or whatever, right? And we've got our, you know, again, you already got a community over here if you need it. Knights of Kingstead's here. We are here. We are open door when it comes to recruitment. All you got to do is ask, right? So you got yourself a community over here if you need it. Hurl object with range extension and damage tracers. Awesome, absolutely. That goes for everybody here in chat too. You know, it is most important that we find like a community that you guys, you know, everyone feels welcome and fits in here. Especially now, right? So we are kind of leaning towards the, oh dude, yeah, that's the skill. That's the skill that sold me on it. I can tell you what sold me on the brawler. I was playing it level 7, no big deal, or level 6, no big deal, just kind of vibing with the class. Level 7 hits, the hurl object ability appears on my bar, and you know, I said, you know what, I want to go test this ability. So level 7 hobbit, toenailed, runs to the east of Mickle Delving. He finds the level 7 shrews that are just peacefully minding their business in the field. And boy, did I one-shot some shrews with hurl object. And it was the funniest thing ever, and I never left the class. We leveled that thing all the way and still play it to this day. It's the best. It's the best. Hurl object, plates and boots and mugs and bricks. Everything was coming out of that hurl object skill, and it's the best skill ever, so. Can I get an invite to the guild? Is there perks for being in the guild? My character's name is... Let me grab that name here real quick. I think you have to be... Yeah, I think you have to be a little bit higher before you're able to join the guild. There's not any like inherent perks from joining the guild, like passive like stats or anything like that. But you do, of course, you know, you got access to everybody in here in case you need assistance or something or anything like that. So always is nice to have on things of that nature, right? So I'll make a River Hobbit Brawler on Glam. Let's go. I'm excited.
What do you need?
I'm excited. Alright, meet with the companions on the road to Edegal. A lot of good people in Knights of Kingstead, yeah. I don't know, okay, are you able to recruit them, Vision? I think you need to be a higher level before you're able to join. I think you need to be level 10, or at least out of the intro. I know that for a fact, right? So as soon as you have like out of the intro, I think we can invite, but I can't do it until then. So I got a 130 burg on Glam from when I used to play on Brandywine. Clip? What are you doing, man? Get over here. You know that I'm tanking for you, Clip, in-game content. That goes for anybody. I'm tanking for everybody. I got tanks for days, so better to run down there. Yeah, gotta complete the introduction. Okay, cool. So there you go. There's it. Gotta complete the introduction. There's the and then we can get you in. Now we've got great people over here in the kin, so it's always important to kind of let everybody in. Kind of more in-game focused a little bit, but still, we're still great people. This song is a vibe, I'm gonna be honest with you. What Vision said, yep. But we do achievement runs and retro content from time to time, though. Like, we ran the Anvil this past Sunday, which was fun. That was a lot of good times. So, when the new content for 160 comes out, we kind of prioritize that, but we certainly do kind of, you know, I enjoy the retro content for sure. Finesse and critical defense. I mean, I guess, because resistance is worthless, so I guess that's an upgrade, actually. We will equip that then. Where do those boots go? They went down here. Yeah, because crit defense is technically better than resistance, and this is because of the higher item level, we're going to get more on the vitality and might. Well, actually, we do get less might, strangely enough. Why? Why would they give me less might? That's so strange, and that makes me upset. I'll pull that down there for now. Do I have, like, tanking boots? No, so we'll pull them up here, actually. So, because it does give a little bit less vit, or more vit, but less might. But it does give that critical defense, so we'll slap those in when we tank. And call it a day. A widow hammer for a widow hammer. I know, I saw. It was a kind of cute hammer. $16.4. We're almost. There we go. Oh yeah, I got stuck on that, right? No, I didn't. Okay. Come on, 16.42. Let's go. Let's go. I'm kind of just powering through story only. Most of this is like tied to like side quests and stuff, yeah. So. Hey Jake, what's going on? What's the strongest item you currently own? On this guy, it's gotta be like the pocket pieces probably. So either the pockets, this guy or this guy are gonna be probably the strongest ones. On other characters, we have like better necklaces that are gonna be stronger in stats. But on this particular character we're playing, it's gonna be these pockets. They give a lot of focused stats. Like this is 18,000 physical mastery. Lots of stuff there. So And this is going to be really good for tanking when we need to tank and stuff, so. But overall, the character is not too bad when it comes to it, so. Is there more, stronger, harder pieces you're trying to obtain? As of right now, we kind of are. We're doing the book quest right now. At the very end of the book quest, the story, main story for this expansion, you do get a nice teal cloak, and we're trying to get that cloak right now for our tanking build. So when the new dungeons come out here in the next couple weeks, we're as best equipped as possible. So that's what we're kind of pushing for right now, all we're doing on stream. Just kind of going through the story, and then at the very end of the story, grabbing that cloak. So, hey Ferdold, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. Vultures. I'm good. Nice. That's great to hear, man. How are you? We are doing quite well over here. We're just trying to get a couple more of our alts in good spots before the dungeons come out. So, we did some featured instances earlier. And doing some story now, so. You know that tax time? Yeah. Tax time is around here, isn't it? Oh, I think I might die. Oh, I went through the damn rock. It's a little bit scary there, actually, because of that. Dude, this track has been a vibe. I'm liking this. Is it just killing these guys for the quest? Let's see. It did count. Good. Okay. Oh, no way. He kills me here. Wow, that's low. Wow. What do you see LOTRO going north to? A great question. Where I would like to see them go north to is Mordor, Eastern Mordor, this side of the map with Lithlad, Sea of Nirn, things like that. I'd love to see some of this get filled out personally. My expectation is that we have some old enemies that we're fighting in the raid that came from Mordor. And I would love to see them tie in like a string of what was left behind of Mordor. Gandalf or somebody look at what's happening in the raid and find that, well, if this is happening here, maybe we do need to revisit Mordor. And because of that, I'm hoping that we kind of come back into these areas and fill out this part of the map. Technically, it is further north than what we have. When they say north, it literally could be anything of the map. I would love to see Eastern Mordor be like that part of the map that they're considering. So, oh boy. Sleepy doesn't believe in taxes? Okay, bud. I joke you must meet his wife. No, no, no. Visions is the manager here. Visions is the manager. You're good, Fertile. There's no need. No need to be sorry. The manager, most importantly. Yeah, he's got everybody under control. Oh, I did get it done already. Whoops. Alright, heading back to town. Got it. Cool. You're bad? No, it's no worries, man. You're good. Yeah, I'd love Eastern Mordor, and I can't really think of anything else, though. Like, Eastern Mordor, you have a little bit of, like, Iron Hills that they didn't really fill out too much, like that whole eastern section here. This could be an alternative. That would be kind of cool. Like, the East Blight, and kind of keeping, maybe filling out maybe more of Mirkwood here. Could be something, right? Because technically speaking, you have Southern Mirkwood, and then we jump all the way up to the top. So, would be kind of interesting to see this like middle Mirkwood section kind of filled out. That would be nice. But those are really the only two that I can think of when it comes to like locations to fill out here. Obviously, we have like all of this area to the west of Eriador. That would be neat, but I think the best thing story-wise would be to come back over here into Eastern Mordor. Personally, there has to be some more like threats going on, right? So we pinned the all hail Vision the manager message. Jaded, why are you encouraging this? Hey, how have you been? So LOTRO's really fun. Thanks for all you. Hey, Soul, appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you giving it a try. Where are you at in the journey in Middle Earth? And of course, we always are happy to give any kind of tips or any information, as always. Yeah, certainly is. This chaos. The chaos is great. This is what we are not orderly by any means of the word over here. We are very. we don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna be honest. Got a deed? Oh, killing the thieves. Got it. Cool. At this point, we should start doing a deeding stream with all this nonsense.
I understand you dealt with both the vultures and the vultures. Friend of a hammer.
Meet by the dry bone. Okay, so we gotta head out west from here. Big chillin'. $5 a.m. cup of coffee, Slayer, deed accelerator vibe. Yeah, I mean, we might have a deeding stream might go kind of hard if we have it on a Slayer accelerator. You know me, I can't sit around and do deeds in one location for too long, though. It seems to be I don't know. I gotta switch things up more frequently than that. So we would have to be on a deed accelerator. Which, to be honest, Slayer accelerators, I can't deed any other way nowadays. So is it Luciano 20? Appreciate you jumping in here. How you doing? What do you got for me, Soul? If you remember, I played with 2 other IRL friends. The one is a dad, so we play about an hour or 2 here and there. He is 35, red cappy. The event is a blue runekeeper. I am blue guardian. You were right about the guard. I like tanking with my perfect. I rolled lore master. I'm 33. Separately from the IRFO. Didn't go cappy because my friend went cappy. But if you have room in your kinship, I'd still love to join on my lore master. Absolutely. Drop your name here in. I think Vision was on. He said it looks like he's on. I'm sure Vision can shoot you an invite and we can get you in the kin for sure, man. So throw your name here in the Twitch chat. We can hook you up. I'm not on an officer character, but he is, so we can certainly get you invited right now if you're interested. Perfect. Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, he is on Hughes. Hugues is who you'd be receiving an invite from. So kind of be on the lookout for that. But we could certainly get you in here, man. I think the NPC I was looking to talk to is up, up on the cliff. And I complete. Oh, please tell me I can make it up here. Oh. Oh. Oh no. No, dude. Oh my god. Oh shoot. I don't want to die actually. That would be bad. Yeah, she uses his name. Yeah, Luciano, appreciate you hopping in with us. Hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. Okay, maybe we can get up from here. Oh gosh. These cliff sides are rough, dude. Oh, please. I'm right here. I can see the entrance. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Right here. There it is. Okay, let me go all the way up. There it is. We're good. We're good. We're good. So, no. You're perfectly fine. These guys are gooses for sitting up on top of the cliffside and looking over things. Landscape equals glimpse. For sure. That's one thing, Clip. When I was playing, I played Final Fantasy 14 for like 3 years during like the level 115, 120, 130 era. I can't, it's somewhere in between that range. Probably the more so the 130 era. And when I came back, like in Final Fantasy 14, you have flying mounts, so you never have to worry about the landscape that you're looking at right now. All you ever do is you just go right up in the air, you figure out where you need to be on the map, you fly to it, and then drop down, right? Here it's like, okay, there's a cliff way up there. How am I going to get up there? And you just have to like, kind of like, you know, pull up the map and ride around, figure out where the right pathway is, which it leaves it's a little bit different, but it does leave a little bit of interesting aspect of the landscape, you know, having to figure out where it is. So, hey, there's Soul. There you are, sir. Welcome in, good sir. Welcome in. Soul, when you get in here, just like update your kinship player note to if this is your main or you know, kind of what you are, what you want to be called, right? That way we all know kind of what to call you. And if you ever need to talk to me, hey Clip, appreciate the tier 1 sub, brother. You good, sir? Hey Lucy, no worries. We appreciate you being here. It's good to see you here. No need to apologize for the for not speaking English. We're just happy to have you. Wanted to join your Discord too? We have the Discord. So it's not the kinship Discord, but it's just my Discord. So you're more than welcome to join it there. That's the link in chat there for you. If you need the kinship Discord, I can throw that to you later, and we can hook you up there. If you ever need me in game, I'm typically on a character that starts with Toe or Peach. So if you ever need kind of, you know, need assistance on a quest or something like that, or crafted something of another, you know, always feel free to hit me up in game. We can always get you taken care of, man. Do we have 2 different links? I thought the link that I posted was the one that was solid, their vision. Do we need to update the Nightbot link? But hey, Clip, appreciate the tier 1 sub, man. Ah, okay, that one is for KOK. Gotcha. Yeah, so that's the guild Discord if you want to join in on that for sure. We primarily use my Discord for just letting everybody know when we go live. So the guild Discord is more so for like content that we're doing in game. So you deserve it. I mean, I appreciate it, but I am far from deserving of such things. There, Clip. We just hang out. We just hit the go live button when we start playing LOTRO. You know, there's not much going on here. We just enjoy hanging out with you guys. So. Hey, Ramen. I swear, Ramen. Red Guard is actually insane. I've had a fun been playing. Yes. So they're doing lots of changes to it too, Ramen. I don't know if you saw the patch notes upcoming, but they're gonna make it. They're changing it up quite a bit. And it is going to, I think, do more damage overall from where it's currently sitting, too. So not only is it pretty fun right now, but I think it's going to be a little bit more fun upcoming here with the damage that it's about to deal. So saw parses of 180k without the new crit thing. Yeah. So it's going to be doing pretty solid damage, I think. I don't know if it's going to surpass like certain classes, like the Lore Master or something like that, but because I think it is lacking on the AoE side of things. But it certainly it's funny on landscape with the new crit thing from the elf. You get 10 seconds, 100 won't be Virgo limited. Yeah, it certainly is fun at the very least on landscape and probably lower tier dungeons, right? It'll probably be solid. Thinking about guard or hunter next. What are you thinking about hunter? Why would you? Why are you? What is it about those two classes that's appealing to you right now, Clip? Is it like? Is there something about them that's kind of drawing you in one direction over another? Oh. Just letting everyone know, please. I'm on landscape difficulty +6 on this red guard. I'm literally just immortal. And I don't even have the all line shit. Yeah. It's fun, man. It's fun. Red guard is a lot of fun. Just letting everyone know, please don't rush the in-game lectures about the journey game, not a destination game. Yeah, for sure. That's the way to go. We primarily do in-game stuff here, but I certainly encourage everybody to kind of just vibe with the story and stuff. I like doing the in-game stuff here because there's not many places where you get that kind of content. So we try to highlight the in-game stuff, or at least that last 10 levels as much as possible. Simply because a lot of people are primarily doing their own thing elsewhere in Middle-earth, and I've noticed that there's just not too many people at the tail end of this. So Vision makes an excellent point. We've also been playing, him and I have been playing this game for like 17 years, 16 years. So we have been here a while. We've played through the game quite a bit. So never tanked or played a ranged character. I would lean towards the Guardian clip, because kind of like what Ramen is saying, the red guard on landscape is a lot of fun, and so you can have that kind of level of like fun on landscape, but also when you're looking to kind of go back to the tanking aspect of him, you certainly can, right? You have and you said you played champ, right? So you'd find that it's probably a little bit similar to this guy is stuck in the ground. That is so adorable. You'd probably find that there might be some similarities of red guard and champ. It's a little bit more dot focused, right? So it's not going to be such bursty damage, but it is still lots of fun in terms of kind of that just another melee kind of character. I think I'm gonna cry on Wednesday when Red Guard and Red Brawler do more damage than Warden. Hey, you know, I can't feel too sorry for you because we're Red Brawler enthusiasts here, so. Yeah, no patch notes at all for Warden right now, which is crazy. So. I had been on and off for 12 years playing the game. Once I went Berg, couldn't enjoy anything else. Yeah. Berg is solid. Honestly, I have very few classes that I have it in game here that I don't like. Like I enjoy. I'm trying to think. The only class that I think that I struggle to get really engaged with right now is the Red Captain. Simply because like it's a very offensive support type class. It doesn't do the damage that I'd like to see it do, but that's simply because it holds a lot of buffing capabilities. So I enjoy the blue captain and the yellow captain far more than I do the red captain right now. But I do still play all three lines, and they're all, you know, fun. It's just the red captain seems to be the one I dislike the most is all. I'm a Warden enjoyer, but this Red Guard might be my second favorite. I'm hearing they're removing a bunch of immediates from Red Guard. It is going to be slower. Yeah, I am hesitant to be so critical about the changes until I see how it's going to play, Ramen, because I'd love... That toe guy sucks. What do you mean? Stop. I think that if it turns out that the class does more damage, then I'll, you know, yeah, I think that you will find that we'll be losing more and more immediates. I think the only immediate that I think will stay in the game is the interrupt, for the most part. I think it's important that the interrupt stays immediate, simply because you want that reaction of, oh my gosh, I need to interrupt something. You want that to be as immediate as possible. But a lot of skills that are just normal immediates, you know, I think that most of those will be kind of scaled back into just fast type skills, right? I can't think of anything else like that. The day wards lose our immediate masteries. The day uninstall. Yeah, could be. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to do like an overhaul on them at some point anyway. So I hope that that's not something that ends up happening, but we will have to see what they end up doing. Oh shit. Vision, I've got me the gang's getting back together again apparently on Friday night. It looks like we might be having a good go around with the late night crew over here. Having a good stream on this upcoming Friday, it looks like. Nice. The call the call has been made and I must answer. That'll be fun if we got a nice Friday night group like we used to. Dude, I'm literally like a foot shorter than the pond. That sucks. I can't believe that. Rake is calling? Yep, they're setting up the group right now for Friday night. The Old Timers Guild is going good, it looks like. At least for 6 mans. I get that what they're trying to do with the class modernization just feels like the execution is not amazing, and a lot of feedback is ignored for the sake of removing the massive skill gap between T5 raiders and landscape enjoyers. Yeah, it's one of those things. If the instances drop on Wednesday, Clip, we'll be streaming for sure. If we have instances drop on Wednesday, I might be doing lots of streams. That we typically do Monday, Friday, but like if we have new content, we might be just streaming a lot of just the new content. So because I want to make sure we get lots of. I mean, I'm going to be playing the game anyway, right? So. Yeah, I don't know about the. I see what you say, Ramen. They certainly want to kind of close the gap a little bit, and I don't necessarily hate that, to be fair, because whether the skills are immediate or like things are kind of getting adjusted or not, the people that are playing the tier 5 raids, those tier 5 raiders, they're certainly always going to be ahead of the people that play the landscape casually, right? So there's never going to be a problem there. I don't see anything like that ever happening. There's always going to be a gap, you know? How do I have as many bars as you? So if you go to options and you go to quick slots, this section right here, you can see always show bar 1, always show bar 2, bar 3, bar 4. And if you wanted to, you can dock the bar so it appears right down here. I didn't like the spacing, so I simply have just moved them. So if you do control backslash, you can take it and you can move them around as needed. Like I have some quick slot bars over here, for example, that I've got kind of off to the side. I don't have anything in them right now, but if I wanted to, you know, I could go and unlock my bar and drag this over here and it'll sit over there, right? So if you always have these like check marked as always show bar, it should always be over there for you to have on your bar, and you can drag it wherever you need to once that's done. So and keybinds, I have as each bar from 1 through 3. I have a shift 1 2 3 4 5, alt 1 2 3 4 5, control 1 2 3 4 5. The bars that you saw on the sides, I don't necessarily have those key bound because they typically are just, they're typically ports, you know? They're typically ports, or they're pets, or they're mounts, something that I don't necessarily fear is needed to be keybound. So as soon as we have like skills that go off into that, that's going to be like where all my ports and stuff go. Right now, this character doesn't have a whole lot of those, so I just kind of clump them all on the right-hand side of this. But yeah, I kind of just go through 1 through 9 on most of my keybinds there, and then I bind them to such, right? And the only thing I really have in terms of combat options, really.
Stay and have some tea.
Hey
Stay and
Tim,
have
appreciate
some
the
tea.
follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream tonight. I'm trying to think. I think we have like induction. Oh, and UI settings. Induction bar display is something that I turn on. I think that's off by default. But something to turn on there. But that's like the only thing I can think of. Everything else is kind of your preference. So I can't possibly even imagine a scenario where I believe that immediates are causing that much lag in this game. I know ESO had a similar issue in the past, but their problem was tens of thousands of light attacks being weaved was actually calling pseudo DOS in high population areas. I think you're correct, Ramen. I don't think the immediates are causing the issues, but I do think that scaling back the immediates might be aiding. I think what it really boils down to, Ramen, is I don't know if they truly understand the nature of what causes certain things, because I feel like it's a unique problem that's unique to every scenario. And I think that they've taken a look at the data that they've collected and found that the immediates are one of the things that they can do potentially on the class side of things to potentially assist in lowering the lag. Obviously, that is like their number one goal at this point, now that we've moved over to the 64-bit servers, is kind of just, you know, reducing the lag, because they're not going to transfer again anytime soon. And so anything that they can do to find a way to reduce the lag, that's what they're going to do. And so that's going to be one of their options you know. But
I trust you are not sightseeing.
a graphics programmer, I work for a D&D company, I also have a bit more insight into these things than the average Walmart shopper, but I can't even imagine trying to correct lag with this kind of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
After the defeat of Sauron during the War of the Ring,
I think that the problem has gone on for so long, Ramen, that it's hard to... It's been difficult for them to identify it, right? Because like Vision said, the game engine is very old, and because of that, it's hard for them to figure out what specifically it is that they need to tackle. So they're really going through a couple of different options, trying to figure out what it is that they can do. And when they can do something that's as easy as removing immediates, that might, you know, get rid of an idea. If it helps, right? So it might not be the solution, and I don't think they're ever going to make one change that they're going to say in the patch notes, this is the solution that we've been looking for. When we make this change on this upcoming patch, all of it will be gone. I don't think they're ever going to come out and say something like that, right? So they're going to make these small changes little by little on each patch, and eventually it will become less and less of a problem, is what my expectation is. So even our someone I did it with new Vulcan tech. Yeah. Can't imagine what they're going through. I dread to see what's in the engine. I truly do. Because I get confused with Unreal sometimes when I'm looking at it, when my developer buddies are doing things that I haven't had any part into, right? So like, I want to go intern at SSG for 6 months. I can see the worst case scenario. Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. Oh. But hey, man, I'm not here for the back and forth of SSG. You know, we've been playing this game since SSG, but before SSG took over, right? So we're just here to vibe out with it. Even UE5 has a lot of outdated tech, honestly, a lot of bloat. We started at UE.2. So hard to fit what we wanted. Yeah. We never did get an update today, Vision, did we? On if we're going to get a patch this week. Did they ever make that announcement, or is it still just expected that we are getting getting the content on Wednesday? I didn't see anything in the. I've not seen anyone saying anything on the new patch. Okay, I know it was expected on Wednesday, and I have confidence that they'll push it Wednesday. But I would feel better if we have that, like, you know, guaranteed, like, hey, this is expected to, this is our expectation kind of thing. I would hope we hear a confirmation tomorrow, because if we don't hear a confirmation tomorrow, that's a rush on them as like a community manager type beat from Cord. If they don't give us a confirmation tomorrow, they'll give us a confirmation that it's getting pushed another week. So a confirmation of some regard comes tomorrow, because I can't imagine that they push a build on Wednesday and in the few hours leading up to that build, they have like patch notes come out, brushing them out ahead of time, right? So is there a way I can see the morale of enemy floating above the health bar? There is. I can't recall what that is called. Do we know, chat, what that is? What? I don't have that turned on this guy. It's it morale. I'm hitting every button but the one I want. Is it health? Is it vitals? Probably is what they call it. Selection vital display? That's it. Selection vital display is what it's called there, Sai. So that should, selection vital display is going to be what it's called. So when you have them selected, it'll appear above it, and then it'll update accordingly like that. Yeah, for sure. I typically have that on most of my characters. It's just when you get to these other characters I don't typically play, I forget to turn those settings on, so yeah. We need at least info by tomorrow. Oh, I think we'll get info by tomorrow, Clip. I don't think that we will be going the day of. I think it, you know, we would love to see a particular patch note confirmation and like what's coming up in the next like a couple days before, but we'll at least get it tomorrow, I think. So, and like I said, Clip, if we get confirmation that we have new dungeons and stuff, then I'm streaming on Wednesday and we'll be grinding out the dungeons. So we'll love something to do other than FI on my warden. Oh yeah, for sure. We did like 4 or 5 FIs today off rip, and we grinded through it so fast it took us 40 minutes to do 5 of them, right? So if you're only doing like 1 FI, you're done within like 10 minutes, right? Other than that, you're doing maybe delvings or the hunter camp, which is probably something you've already done a ton if you have like 1 or 2 characters, right? Oh, battle for Erebor, and then out in 5 minutes. Are people, Ramen, are people like resetting the FI right now? Because over here when it was when it was Battle for Erebor over here, people were resetting the featured instance with Mithril because it's a guaranteed gold tracery, so people were resetting it like crazy. It was nuts. If I do another hunter camp or roving thread, I'm gonna scream. Is there a way I can see my debuff floating on vital display? I don't think you can track it that way. I think the debuffs are only visible from the bottom of the vitals when you have them tabbed. So I don't think there's a way to track debuffs on like targets that you don't have selected. So, hey Ryder, what's going on, man? How you doing? Not really. Peregrine isn't popping off like that. Too many people sit AFK and pre-smoking pipe weed listening to minstrel bands. Oh man, I forgot it is the RP server after all. Ryder, did you make a comeback on the paintball or pinball night, or was it bad all night? Hey, a tier 1 sub just for me? What?
Sleepy 120 smile, Sleepy 120 smile, Sleepy.
Why would you? Why would you? You goose.
Sleepy 120 smile, Sleepy 120.
I appreciate it, good sir.
Sleepy 120 smile.
120 smile, gentlemen. 120 smile. I did bad Thursday. Today went great. Okay, that's good. Got a little bit of redemption. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. 9 months, what I do? Hey, 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 hey. We appreciated 1 month if he had 1 month. Calm it down over there. Not everyone can be 66 months like you, good sir, or whatever the 70 months thing is. Gonna probably extra this red guard to Glandrick so I can actually do content. Paragon is cool and chill and my friends are here, but I want to be able to log in at 1 a.m. do FI or tier 2 it. For sure, Ramen, there's a ton of people here, I think, at all hours of the day kind of doing content. I think, you know, obviously there are some lower periods when people are online, but overall people are still running content throughout the day. There's not like a dead time at any moment, right? So... Hey man, I said 77 months. Alright? I'm not worthy. Vision's been here for too long. He and I are too old. I have a character Ramen for reserve my name. Logged in at 3 a.m. last night. Yeah, there's still a ton of people that are logged in, like, even at the late hours of the night. Like that, right? So... That's an entirely different quest. My bad. Angmar was 5. Oh, that's brutal, man. That's brutal. That's crazy. Angmar be low, man. I was sitting here thinking that Angmar was gonna be like a server they would hold on to once they got done with their like legendary status. I doubt that they will. I wonder if they'll still do it with Mordor as well. Because they said Mordor was going to be one that they kept open. I wonder what the population on that is. It's past Rohan, man. They all die. I can imagine, yeah. They will roll them out. It's printing money. Oh, for sure. For sure. They always roll a new legendary server out. That's never... especially considering it... Dude, what the fuck? It's massive. The fucking smile. What did you do? Hey, Jaden, calm it down. Pause. Oh, no, we pinned the message. Even worse. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did that? How did that like pop up? Because we have emotes that show up on stream. Did that show up? I didn't even check the stream. Did it show up like in a enlarged emote format, or did it just show up as the normal face? That's crazy.
What do you want? Speak quickly, or I will summon the
Well, I thought we had emotes cooking. Maybe I'm wrong. Where is our emote wheel? Oh man, did things break already? What did you do, Ryder? What am I looking at? I'm looking at Moomax. There we go. You're good, brother.
I will see what I can do. You have chosen one of the
Broke the stream. That's so funny. That's so good. I pop in for 2 seconds and all hell breaks loose, man. Who's running this place? Nobody runs this place. We all take turns running this place. We all. This is a large van, and we all take turns driving the ship. I'm just the one talking the most. Oh, you clipped it? No. No. I want to talk to Twitch's manager. Oh, Jesus. Ah, that's the one that I keep picking up. Alright, heading back to the crew. Oh, man. Yeah, 3 raccoons in a trench coat running things. Yeah. Dude, that's not the first time we've had a clip like that. I'm pretty sure we had something like that in Subnautica that I said some bullshit like that, man. No, you know what it was? It was the Step Bro clip. That's what that was in Subnautica. That was like forever ago.
But I have incorporated both.
I don't even know how we got to that topic. But then I got clipped out of context on that one too. Oh man. Said a funny one about Lord I don't recall that one though. Who am I supposed to be talking to? It's not you. Oh. I think. Yo! Oh my gosh, a gifted sub to Jaded. He said, go ahead and clip more. Appreciate you for the gifted sub there, Ryder. I'm sure Jaded will appreciate that. More clips! That is so funny. Who is... I gotta go further? Oh, right here.
I have been remembering.
There we go. Okay. Hey, so appreciate you hanging out with us this evening, man, and hopefully we can get your buddies in on the kin. Yeah, for sure. We'll probably be in game tomorrow, so feel free to just jump on in and we can hook you up. There's typically some officers on regardless of the time of day, so can always get you hooked up, man.
I hope you will enjoy this day of simple entertainment. The great
I'm glad to have you in here, man. Oh, it was Lord's package. Hold on, I gotta rewatch this clip because it's been so long. I gotta hold on. Let me see. Hold on a second. Dude, we were playing Rocket League. That's how old this clip is. I haven't moved out of this clip. Look at this. This is crazy. Look at this damn thing. Oh my gosh. I look so stupid.
Lord's upload speed? I'll have you know, Lord's package is good enough for 4 people. He told me himself. And his upload speed is pretty high too.
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty good, right? Smile.
Oh no, bro. That was awful. Dude, why did I click on this?
I'll have you know, Lord's package is good enough for 4 people.
Jesus Christ. I hate it here. Oh man. Oh. Alexa play young, tough, and broken. Oh man. We got some nonsense going on tonight, man. Is it enough though? It's never enough though, Clip. We need more chaos, as some may say. Alright, so I appreciate you, man. Hope you have a great evening. There's some funny clips there. Oh yeah, for sure. There's some older clips that are pretty funny, for sure. Oh man.
Remain on guard. They may still have some tricks in reserve.
Check out clips, chat. Oh man, it's so funny. I will certainly I'll probably take that clip, Jaded, and turn it into a short, knowing what we've got set up now. So I think the last clip that you did of us falling off the cliff, I think we posted that today on YouTube. So funny stuff out of the clips for sure.
possesses some sorcerous power over even the strongest of winds. She demands that we crush Gondor.
Oh, we capped out Valor. Let's go. I want to throw in. Let's get Fidelity going there. So.
Has left us with few options, but she cares not. I have
He refuses to post his second fall death from that day, though. I don't know which one you're talking about, actually. Now that I have a few hours on Red Guard, I will miss Breach being immediate. It is kind of fun, Ramen. I will say, though, regardless, as fun as Breach is as an immediate skill, it sucks in a rotation aspect for me personally. I hate having to press like twice the amount of buttons and still not be a comparable DPS as to a yellow or a red lore master, right? So that's kind of sucks, but if it gets us closer to bridging that gap between DPS and Red Guard becomes a little bit more viable, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I think everyone agrees that really, I mean, yeah, I agree, but it still sucks that it's not comparable, right? So, it was so good.
We must get back to the stage and quickly.
Red Lore Master is pretty fun for sure. Yeah, doing 140k DPS on a dummy with pre-bis gear and a red LM or red berg in crafts at 151 can do, yeah, is a little sus. Yeah, the red berg stuff is crazy, man. Like, it's surprising that we don't have more burglars in like raid content or just red burglars in general, because they're doing so much damage to the training dummy, but we don't really see them in groups that often. So yeah, pressing literally perforate is your one button rotation. I watched it last night. I was actually doing something last night. I was like kind of doing a little bit more of a deep dive into red rotation with the Berg, and I was trying to get a vibe on like what it is, kind of what the rotation was. And yeah, it's just perforate for the most part. You're weaving in some stuff here and there, subtle stab most importantly than anything else, but perforate is just the major skill that you're hitting over and over again. So that is the necklace actually that I think I'm gonna use for a little bit here. Do I have a might? I don't think I do. Let's go grab some humbles real quick. I'm actually going to slot in this necklace's DPS because it should be better once we put a might into it, I think. Because our necklace essence in this, I don't think is counting anymore, right? Yeah, so that the stats from that and stuff aren't really counting. So let me grab just 2 humbles real fast. We'll slot those guys in and we'll put that necklace on, I think. Give me a might. Put it in the necklace. And then give me, let's just go with, I don't know, a crit rating? Yeah, let's go with a crit rating. Because I think that's what we needed to level up anyway. Yeah, crit rating. So let's get crit cooking here. Boom. Put that in the necklace. And then let's slot the necklace. That should change up the stats a little bit. Gives us a little bit more physical mastery. Certainly gives us a little bit more finesse and more critical rating. So that's looking pretty solid there. This is an old necklace. I'm just going to toss it, I think. It's going to be where we set with that. So on we go. Burglar, for some reason, has always been one of the lowest played classes in the game. Well, what was that? What was that chart? Earl sent me a chart yesterday, or a couple days ago, of like the weekend numbers, if you would. The weekend numbers, it is one of the lower classes. Okay, so for the chart that he sent me, it was Hunter at the top, Lore Master second, Champion third, Rune Keeper fourth, Minstrel 5th, Captain 6th, Guardian 7th, then Burglar at 8th, and then it went Bjorn at 9th, Brawler at 10th, Warden at 11th, Mariner at 12th. That was what the stats were for like this past weekend over on Glamdream, is what he had there. So kind of interesting stuff there for sure. So it's kind of middle of the pack more than anything, but you're right, in comparison to some of the other classes that are original classes, it's kind of strange. Brawler, Mariner, Warden are lowest played, and Burglar is just barely above. Yeah, it looked like Bjorn was above those though. But yeah, Burglar certainly was like above things, but it is kind of middle of the pack still.
You ask me to go with you, I will. But my heart tells me to remain.
Mariner and Brawler are obviously new, so they're low. Bjorn became super popular. Warden, people just can't handle the lag, learning curve. And even then, your lowest win DPS. Cordovan had pulled some data years ago showing that LM had overtaken Red Hunter. It's still, so it could be. I don't know. I think that the LM and the Hunter are pretty much. I think Hunter's still pretty much there. It might have overtaken it in like the closer to the end game side of things. There's a lot of people though that love just starting with Hunter all day. You have just people that are brand new to the game, and they see person with bow, and they say that's just the easiest thing to play from previous experience. I want to go with that. Or they see elf with bow, and they see bow damage, and they see stuff like that. Like, you know. That's what happens when you rework LM to S tier lore, accurate wizard, and Hunter shooting arrows, my favorite mache. The Hunter, the 150 Hunter era did not help them though. Yeah, people love the ports is another thing too. Like Hunters really love people really love ports, so Hunters kind of clear it on that note as well. You rarely saw LMs. I think a lot of the LMs that I saw were specifically yellow LM players from previous times, right? Like there was certainly like you have your DPS specs to get you through landscape, but like the lore masters that I knew, they leveled to level cap and then they sat in the like crafting halls until they were summoned to do raids, right? In their yellow spec. They weren't anything else, so. Are there dungeons in the leveling process? Yes, there is, Sai. So if it's Control J to open up this window here, the Instance Finder. And as you unlock the dungeons, they will appear here in this section. The first ones that will appear are the epic battles. I wouldn't do those until they scale starting from level 10, but I wouldn't do those until you're higher level. The ones that you'll kind of come across first are the Great Barrow at like level 20. These will be really great, and you'll also get something called skirmishes at the bottom down here. You'll scroll to the bottom. These guys, there will be some skirmishes you also get, Sai, and those will be a lot of fun as well. So those will be the first ones you get. It's certainly some of the stuff that I'd say are some of the great kind of introduction dungeons, if you would, to the content. Oh, stand near the back and listen, not the front. And I can do them with random people. You can do them with random people. A lot of people opt to searching for friends in the Looking for Fellowship channel. So that's certainly something that you can do. The alternative would be, I think you can technically put your group up for searching like this. But a lot of people like to do the LFF route instead. All right, Ryder, appreciate you, man. Yeah, that was my first character when I started 10 years ago, Elf Hunter. A lot of people start the Elf Hunter all the time. They don't like they like that, you know, fantasy of just being person with bow that shoots and can move fast, right? So. Once upon a time, there were rumors that Instance Finder rework, but mostly use LFF now, like a reworked Instance Finder. I see. Yeah, I don't know if they would ever rework an Instance Finder now, because why would you when the LFF system kind of works? The community is at such a state where we just kind of all use the LFF, so. Hey, right, I appreciate all the bits, man. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir. We do appreciate that. Oh, I need to talk to her again? Oh, I've already talked to her. Cataclysmic Shout is my new favorite button to press. Dude, I like Cataclysmic Shout. A lot of people hate using it in tank form, Robin. I'm a sucker, man. I take Cataclysm Shout in tank because it's such a badass ability. I'm sorry. What is this off-road risk that you clipped?
Oh, it's very simple.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Look, we're about to do
posting
it right
this
now.
shit.
Look at this. Doesn't this look so much more fun than riding around on a road?
Shit, I might actually have to post this.
It was really fun when I rezzed you last time.
Shit. Oh shit.
I mean, bro.
I might have to post that one, Vision.
It writes itself.
Oh no.
That's so good. That's a good one. Instance Finder was dead day one. Never really had a place. I'll say this with the Instance Finder, man. They came out with like the Instance Finder where like you queued up. I remember exclusively like queuing up in level 75, right? I would take it as a tank just for the animation alone. The when I queued up for it, my one experience with queuing up for an instance in LOTRO was I was playing on, I think I was playing on Sky's account for the time, and I had signed in on his lore master, and I queued up for the new 3-mans that came out for Isengard, and it put 3 lore masters in the party. And because it thought like one of us could be a tank and another could be a healer or something like that. And so it put 3 lore masters in a party, and I was like, okay, well this just can't happen. Well, you can't put 3 squishies. I probably will. I'll probably post it. It'll be fun. But it's like, that was my one experience with the Instance Finder, and I never used it again. And I think at some point between, of course, then they proceeded to take it down, right? They now have it as like a searchable thing instead, so. But unfortunately, the game is in such a state where people are yearning for it. Promise, you guys are ridiculous. That's so funny. I'll probably get it and post it at some point here. Clean it up, make sure we got subtitles on it and such. Yeah, you don't need it at this point. At this point in the game, just using LFF is the way to go, I think. And so I would rather them take their development time that they could be doing on a rework of the Instance Finder and putting the development time towards something else. That could be anything. I don't care what it is. But I think one of the last things that we would need would be Instance Finder rework right now. So Elf doesn't have two-handed sword damage bonus to use an axe. Oh. Get some of these tabs out of here. There we go. In the Fearwater map, big chillin'. I wonder if they'll do more with this map. I doubt it, but I'm curious to know if what they will actually come back here and do anything like post story with this.
So many ships, and they all ready.
Robin, I think we are, but right now we don't hit the 3. We hit the streaming one. We haven't cleared the post 15 YouTube shorts, so we're posting one a day on the YouTube side of things. And also the long form video one where you're just posting videos that are longer than 15 minutes. That is another bar I have to hit. I have to have 6 within the last 90 days. And so we're posting videos over on the YouTube thing. And once we've hit that, we will be applying for it. What the result of that turns into, it is what it is. But I want to make sure Like Cord said on his stream, like even if you don't hit all 3, still apply. I'm pessimistic about it because I don't think that it's in the hands of SSG. I think it's more in the hands of Daybreak. And I have a feeling that like people that are not familiar with like developer or content creators of LOTRO will just simply take a look at what's there and see, oh, Sleepy doesn't post enough video content. We don't care for it. So yeah. So I'm making sure that we hit all 3, at least 3 of those that they mentioned before we apply. So the requirements are a bit steep in my opinion for how low the audit. Yes. I think that it's targeting more people that are outside of LOTRO and trying to bring some new audiences in, which I'm not going to hate on them for sure. That's certainly something that's like, you know, the way to get people in, right? But definitely kind of sucks for those of us that stream LOTRO a lot, you know? I luckily have the capability to go out and hit those 3, so I've been working on doing that. But it's certainly kind of something that sucks for those that don't have that capability, because there is a lot of LOTRO content creators that come to mind. I hope they make exceptions for those particular creators, because I think they've already worked with some of them, right? But you know, again, like you said, those requirements are quite steep. There's not anything that's like, I mean, very, very steep when it comes to those requirements. So, but we shall see. I'm not worried about it one way or the other. You know, I think it's a benefit if I get chosen. But if I don't get chosen, we have not been chosen for many years now, right? So, because there hasn't been a program that's official, it's just been a random kind of, here you go, you know? So, it won't affect my decision to play the game one way or the other. So, yeah, we've been playing for 17 years without it. If I get it, that is awesome, and I will support them with it. If I don't get it, we'll be playing LOTRO. And keeping up those good vibes. There's nothing wrong with LOTRO, and that's what that'll be what's up, you know what I mean? We'll keep up that same mentality. A lot of these old MMOs are kind of making a comeback with the death of New World and now Ashes, so they're trying to capitalize on it. I think a lot of MMOs are starting to discover that the MMOs that exist in current day are the only ones that are going to have a good, solid chance of continuing on going forward, like you're saying. That's a different way to say it, but I think that they are wanting to kind of draw those audiences in. So. Yeah, I applied for it too, kind of a bummer, but I have brought people in without it. Did you hit? Well, I won't ask that. That's rude for me to ask. But I hope that a lot of people, Jaded, that are in that content creator Discord that we're in, I hope a lot of them do make it in. That's something that certainly is something, you know. That's where the bulk of the people that really care about the LOTRO streaming section come from, right? Oh shit. Oh, wow. Okay. Ugh. Sorry. Whew. I streamed when Arnor came out and did a giveaway of Miss Morgul Ultimate Edition, and it literally had 100 people in 2 of my streams just for that. Yeah, the giveaways certainly bring in people. I did giveaways for a long time on certain other games as well. If we did giveaways, that would certainly grow our audience more. But I will say that, like, I found from a personal experience that the giveaways that we were doing did not like provide retention in the community. It just provided short-term viewers, right? So it's something that I wanted to, when we started playing LOTRO, I wanted to, go, ease up on that kind of idea. We could be doing a giveaway every single like stream if we wanted to, right? But I tried my best to like, and this time around, be a little bit more organic and just kind of be a vibe of we're playing the game, you know what I mean? So yeah, fingers crossed. I haven't heard anything back, so they acted like Jaded that it's going to take a while for them to get through applications, so I probably should just apply because of how long it's going to take them. But we'll see how it goes. Could take a month or so, they said, yeah. I'll probably apply here pretty soon. I just wanted to make sure I hit all 3 of those things prior to kind of applying, just to make sure there wasn't any kind of like doubt. Just doing in-game content will bring people in. Too many LOTRO streamers are one-shotting things on the landscape, unfortunately. Yeah, that is like a thing. It's like not a whole lot of people in-game, but to be fair on that regard, there's limited content at in-game to do, right? So it's something that certainly is, I don't blame people for like doing older content because that's where the bulk of the community is. And also that's, when we get done with the content here, right, for the very first time, we do what we're doing right now, which is go into our 4th and 5th alts to get it done, right? So kind of what we're looking at right now is kind of, now when dungeons kick around, like the dungeons are a little bit more interesting, so I'll be excited to do those. But yeah, I have gone away from trying to do hunter camp stuff. It's strictly been like just the roving threats now, and even then it's something, right? So yeah, I'll probably apply to it here pretty soon this week. I didn't hit all of the requirements though, Jaded, yet, and so I wanted to give a little bit of buffer between my application and some others because of that, just to make sure. We'll see though. See how it goes. I appreciate it, Jaded. You know I appreciate that. I think we just walk into locations here on this quest, and I think we get that done. In-game content, LOTRO cannot keep a stream going all year. Yeah, we do a good job of spanning out the content, I think, here. Like, I try not to burn out on the in-game stuff, because you can certainly do that. It's hard to maintain the same level of energy when new content comes versus, like, content that's been out for like 6 months. Because while LOTRO does have a great consistent content coming out each year, but yeah, unfortunately there's like some content lulls that'll happen. Like when we hit May at the end here, when we have our raid, we won't have any content from like the whole summer until we get that new 6-man, and even then that one 6-man can only be so engaging, right? Like they have to put something really unique in the 6-man for us to kind of grind it, right? So certainly is something like that where, I appreciate the content that LOTRO does put out, but for streaming purposes, it's kind of rough to kind of maintain something like that. So it's just good to have to watch. I would watch more PvP in streams as much available. I thought about doing that, Robin. I just don't know how engaging that is, right? Like, I'm not really the greatest at PvP is the thing, right? So because I'm not the greatest at PvP, it's not like crazy to watch from my perspective, So I haven't really engaged with a PvP stream on here before. We could obviously do one, I would be doing my brawler out there because, you know, there's nobody that plays brawler out in the moors. But you know, it is what it is. I don't think I'm that good. I've been so far out of the Entmoors for so long that it's been, I'd have to catch up on the knowledge base, you know? Clip wants one PvP stream. We might have to do one then at some point and see how it goes. That'd be funny. PvP is just kind of laggy, unwatchable mess nowadays. Watched my buddy in Discord yesterday and was like, yeah. Watching PowerPoint presentation of his combat. To me, when I've been out there so far, Ramen, it's not been PowerPoint, but it has been. If the fights get too large, then it doesn't become a playable experience, and understandably so. Like if you have like 30 versus 30 people in keeps that have NPCs, it's really difficult to. Yeah, it's just kind of difficult for them to kind of have skills go off in general. So the one multi-boxer on Glamdring shows up and ruins everyone's day. I haven't seen that particular multi-boxer in the past couple weeks that I've been out there, but I have heard about that. I think he got banned recently. So, and good on them for doing that as well, to be fair. So, because I don't expect them to be on top of it all the time when it comes to that, but at least on that particular thing, like you mentioned, it ruins everybody's day, both sides, because it just kind of kills the fight. So, usually PvP is engaging for about an hour, and it dies out. Yeah, it depends on how balanced the population is on both sides. Like, if we don't get a good, solid raid on either side, it kind of hurts. There's been very few times. I used to think that, like, back in the day when I was on Firefoot doing PvP, there was like a constant struggle from old elf camp to old orc camp, right? Across TA lawn, that kind of stuff. I remember that being like a constant back and forth that would occur. I don't really feel like that's the case now. I think a lot of the time, most PvP guys, they jump into a raid and they follow the raid leader and they kind of roam the map doing keeps, doing fights in different locations. And I think that that's probably I think it's a better way to do PvP, but it does kind of like kill one side if one side loses that raid versus raid fight too quickly, right? So one side quickly overpowers the other right now on Peregrine, and the other side logs off. That's how it typically ends up being if you're on Glamdring. And because we're so early into a level cap, it seems that a lot of creeps are outnumbering. Yeah, like you just said, creeps are very strong at the moment. It's hard to get kills on the Freep with war leaders being... Dude, literally war leaders, I cannot express enough how beefy those guys are right now. It's insane. So... like, if I run into a war leader, I'm just running away. They're just so strong in both healing and DPS. Like, it's hard to combat them right now. So, most others like spiders and wargs, the black arrows, they're pretty good to be, back and forth. I haven't fought a defiler quite yet. That's like, like a gaugeable scenario, so I can't speak to them, but. Gonna try a PvP stream soon though and see how it goes. I don't know how it would go. I am hesitant to set a date for that though, because of the fact that it's like we're so close to dungeons. We're gonna rock out dungeons like crazy when those things drop, right? So, but I did not mean to pick up that loot box. Oh well. Yeah. For sure. We'll see. I know when Bloodborne, kind of in the summer, when the content goes kind of at a lull, he does divert to PvP, right? So we might see that happen sometime in the summer, especially when we have less PvE content to conquer. Might see something like that happen, right?
Welcome to Sugidar. I have taken this recipe from the soldiers.
Soon in context of the entire human history. Brother David needs to get his KD up. Yeah, there you go. That's so funny. I don't think this chick's even been out there before, right? Yeah, she's not done anything out there. She's so new. I even took my captain out there. That's like she's, I think, the lowest I have. I don't think there's. I think everybody on my account is at least rank 1 or 2, except for this chick, which is funny to me.
Has hurried one found what she sought? Together, we may yet defeat the schemes of Nakasi and Baron.
A lot of people that bought ranks on Arkenstone came to Peregrine. There's a lot of goofball rank 15s with 5,000 KDs running around flipping. Dude, yeah, I have noticed that there's a lot of rank 15s. I like, I don't know. That seems quite silly, yeah? Severlin is still online? What do you mean? It's like on Twitch? What do you mean, Vish? No, we are the. I'm looking at Twitch right now. It is just us and Lay right now, man. Oh my god, it is so funny when we get to the late night streaming like this, man. We are like, it's me and Lay all the time. That's it. I'm gonna start streaming the worst content ever to make your streams look better. I mean, brother, it's... You would be surprised though, Ramet. Dude, like, people really love the landscape content. They do. They love the landscape content. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not even joking to you, man. One of my streams that I thought was just going to be a throwaway stream last level cap was just literally me doing just like deeds, Slayer deeds, just hanging out, man. And people eat it up, man. People love jumping in here and just hanging out, man. That's really all we're doing right now, is just doing, you know, the story quest. I'm not even like talking about the story or anything like that. We just kind of hang out in here. People love just the big chillin'. This is the second monitor energy for a lot of people, you know? So. Most wow, you're so tanky and actually good at the DPS on landscape. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like most importantly about the Red Guard, I like more than anything else, Ramen, is the long sprint that they've got cooking right now. The 70% for like literally 30 seconds is hilarious to me, personally. Guard AoE is not bad either. Like, I never run out of buttons to press when I was playing Brawler on landscape. There was dead time. I think that the dead time of Red Brawler will come down though with the new changes to their cooldowns though. Yeah, they're getting a little bit of cooldown reduction, and where it might not be much, it's certainly going to be enough. I think that will change that. Because I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I miss it. But also, if I can be honest, I thought it was funny the first time. But like after you play it, because it doesn't do anything, you know what I mean? So I was disappointed with it by the end of getting level cap. Because it was like, it doesn't evolve into anything. I won't miss it enough to care. I wish that it was an actual knockback that caused like issues, like knockbacks that would push people off cliffs, and then they would like die from fall damage or something. But they could never make that work, right? So the game's not built for something like that. Yeah, it doesn't even stop inductions. If it had stopped inductions, that would have been kind of cool. Like make people have inductions, but all it does is like a cosmetic, like it's a cosmetic little boop, get kicked in the air, you know. And because that's all it does, is it's just not worth it. Not worth it to hold on to it.
Bid farewell to your weapons, enemies of Amberol.
Very nice, very nice. 98 on fidelity. I can see a world where that slight knockup does weird shit in the back end. The AI machine is, yeah, for sure.
I never expected to use the blight for a good purpose.
Okay, chat. The next set of the quest is to go all the way back around, and I think we will leave that to another time. I think it's getting kind of late here, and we are almost done. We're at 17.5, but the last chapter 18 is a little bit of a lengthy kind of time in Umbar, so I think we're gonna start winding down. Let me go check out and see if, let me take a look here. I think Lei is still streaming. Yeah, Lei is still streaming. He's over in what looks to be Angmar, so I'm gonna grab him. We're gonna raid him tonight, guys. So okay, appreciate everybody for big chillin' tonight, guys. Hopefully we get some dungeons later this week. If we do, be on the lookout for some streams earlier in the week rather than later. I appreciate everybody from all the follows from earlier today. Clip from the tier 1 sub, Ryder from his, and the gifted from earlier as well. So I appreciate you guys for big chillin' with us. We will be back on sometime later this week, but most certainly Friday. So keep an eye out for this time slot, and hope to catch you guys then. So until then, guys, have a great rest of your week. Stay safe, and I'll catch you in the next one. See you guys.